Awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Our mayor is running a few minutes behind. He's going to join us soon. And a portion of this meeting will be conducted by teleconference, and that Councilmember Barber will request to participate today by teleconference. But before we go to that, I'm going to pass it over to Clementine to take roll and make announcements.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Rash.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Vice Mayor Garcia.
Here.
And the record will reflect when Mayor Williamson arrives. Oh. And public comment and participation information is provided on the meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices and phones muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. And thank you for participating in your city government.
Thank you, Clementine. So again, Dr. Barber has requested to participate today by teleconference. So I would like to now request that Councilmember Barber respond to the following questions. Councilmember Barber, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
What is a brief explanation of your need to participate remotely under the Emergency Circumstances Clause? There's no need to disclose medical information or disability status.
Medical.
Is anyone aged 18 or over with you in the room?
No.
The Brown Act requires that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call. So with that, we're going to open it up for public comment on specifically on council members' request to participate via teleconference. So if we have anyone here in the chambers who would like to offer public comment, again, regarding Councilmember Barber's participation via teleconference, please stand next to the podium. In the meantime, we're going to do a countdown for folks on Zoom if they wish to offer public comment. I'm going to give a countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seeing none on Zoom, nobody here in the chambers. We're going to go ahead and close public comment, and we're going to move right along then to vote to make sure that, yes, we're going to move over to a roll call to approve Councilmember Barber's request. So can I get a motion to have Councilmember Barber participate via teleconference?
I make the motion.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Second by Councilmember Rash. And roll call.
Vice Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Rash.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
And Councilmember Barber.
Yes.
All right. So approval has been moved. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to general public comments. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda. For any folks who are interested in offering general public comments here in the chambers, please stand next to the podium. And also for folks on Zoom, we're going to give a countdown so you can identify yourself. Again, this is general public comment for items that are not on today's agenda. So for folks on Zoom, we're going to count down: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1. And here in the chambers, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. So we'll give 2 minutes. Okay, so we have folks standing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go with 2 minutes, and we'll go ahead and start here in the chambers.
And Vice Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I'm suspecting that a number of the people lined up want to comment on closed session. And public comments on the closed session item will occur before adjourning to the closed session. So if there's discussion of the sidewalk vending ordinance challenge and related topics, that would be before adjourning to closed session, not at this time.
Thank you for that. So again, these items, the general public comment is for items that are not on today's agenda. So go ahead, sir.
Okay, Kurt Tipton. I'm here to speak about the display boat. We should all be ashamed of what we allowed happen. Not once, not twice, 3 times that boat has been not taken care of and totally falling apart. I understand that maybe something's going on in the city to try to find another boat, maybe. But we need to do something. Council and staff needs to come up with an idea of how we can protect all of our things that have historic value. For example, the fish hopper, that came to NCVIP and we have voted for that, depending on what we do about freezing funds. But there are other objects out there that the city isn't paying attention to that are on city property. So I urge you to have an agenda item where you discuss how you and all of us can keep upkeep on all of our properties. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mayor Nisim. I've been up here many times and I would like to speak today, not specifically on the closed session. However, I would like to give an update on what working on the wharf has looked like since September. There has not been more than 8 vendors at any one time. People are really scared, really stressed out. It's put an huge financial stress on vendors like myself and my husband that have been working there full time for many years. This has been our workplace, and I just want to remind the council that the Senate bill was put in place to give dignity to the workplace, to give dignity to people who make artisan crafts, and to give dignity back to the market space in public areas. It's made to be helpful for people to get a leg up, to have business to look into, and to give us a way to make a living, not pocket money, but a real living. And that's been our main living, our main income for the last 6 years. And with the ordinance in place, we've seen dramatic loss in sales. And we've also seen that the stress level is off the roof. And just the public records show there was no study done by the city prior to doing this.
Okay, so part of my interruption, as I described at the beginning of this meeting, if you're going to comment on the lawsuit, which you're doing, that's not the appropriate time right now to do that. You need to wait until the evening. And so I'd ask that you respect the protocol that's in place.
Okay.
And I think now you've used up your time and will not be commenting during that other.
Oh, well, I had 30 more seconds, which have now been taken.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Asmus. I reside on Yerba Buena Court, and I'm following up to an email that I sent all of you on the 15th. It's regarding a neighbor that has been utilizing city resources to harass all of us. We've had points where we've all been ticketed on various occasions, had parking, fire, building inspector, multiple departments coming through. And what we're really asking for is just a little bit more fairness and balance in the way this is being executed, and hopefully a dialogue to happen. It's kind of unsettling. We never know what's coming, when it's coming. And it's been one particular person that's been the source of all this. So I just wanted to speak briefly. Hopefully I can hear from somebody, have a dialogue. We just want to have a little bit of peace. Thank you.
How many do you use that? Testing, testing. Okay, is that working out there? Okay, I did a public records request and I want to show that Kim Barber met with Chris Shake and she never met with sidewalk vendors. So that was an ex parte violation. Then I want to say on February 4th, here is a dialogue between Tony Lombardo or secretary and a voicemail to Hans. They said that they had met last August. She's working on street vendor issue with Tony and their client to talk about ideas we've come up with and that we'd like to propose. Okay, then we got this one, February 5th, Tony to Hans, email scheduling a sidewalk vendor meeting February 24th. Then we've got this one, which is Lombardo to Hans on April 9th, talk about sidewalk vendors. Okay, this is all. Number 5 is April 14th, Chris Shake to Tyler, the mayor, express my sincere gratitude to the city council and city staff. And then the next page is, I want restrictions on the number of vendors and display sizes is what he's asking for. Then April 15th, Tyler back to Chris Shake, staff proposed policy achieves what is being asked for. Then April 21st, we've got Lombardo schedules a meeting with the city manager to discuss street vendor issue. Then we got May 2nd, our street vendor, we have public counsel law group representing us, and they sent a stop demand letter saying the ordinance updates failed to comply with SB 946. They have no legal justification. On this page right here, under 946, city and unjust and improper forms of harassment. Then on this one, we got Tony Lombardo again, and he's saying to Hans, send me a copy of that letter the city got from the lawyers. Then we've got letter from city vendor council. Thank you. Then we've got, when's the next ordinance update? July 15th. So
All right, sir, that's your time.
that's it.
I'm gonna show a video. So I guess I have to do it here. Cause there's no sound over there, correct?
There's no sound over here.
No, okay. All right. Here's a.
I'll write a check for a portion of it if you want.
Let's hear that last part again.
I'll write a check for a portion of it if you want.
We're listening to what appears to be Hans Usler, the city manager, being offered a bribe for harsh enforcement on vendors, including implementing a lottery system, size restrictions, daily enforcement instead of yearly enforcement. Before the bribe was offered, the enforcement came once a year. Now they come every day. Did Hans take the bribe? I don't know. You'll have to investigate. But this was 2 months ago, and I know it's a felony not to report that you were offered a bribe. So I assume that Mr. Usler and law enforcement are all actively investigating this offered bribe. And I don't want to take anything out of context. Hans says ours starts there this year already. The business owner says, yeah, I'm glad it's over with. And in less than 5 days, Hans, no, 30 days. But I'll make sure the enforcement component is there. So we have a lottery system for at least 2 months and the property will be controlled and with support from Blue. Business owner, personally, it's one of the most difficult. Enforcement in the beginning is going to be really important. They got interrupted. Hans says, absolutely. They will be there on the weekends and all that. Business owner says, you guys have the funds? Because I was going to say, I'll write a check for a portion of it if you want. And here we have, this is a meeting between a business owner and the city manager, and he's being offered a check, which I am assuming 2 months ago. He did not disclose to anyone. Also, the lottery system has been implemented and everything the guy offered to pay for has in the last 2 months been implemented. So you tell me.
That's your time. Thank you. All right.
ready. Good evening. My name is Eli Malin. I'm 14 years old, and I'm here on behalf of the vendors here. I actually work down there myself at least twice a week. For the first couple of months, it was more of a fun thing for me to do other than finances. I still don't need the money, but it sure has been a little disappointing to see that y'all have not taken care of your municipal responsibilities. And it kind of troubles me that people are losing their jobs, no longer making money, about those responsibilities. Clear signage, lane markings, and thoughtfully designed public places would be awesome to have. Because blaming the vendors on not only public safety, but it's kind of illogical, counterproductive business that y'all are doing. I think safety for the safety measures, doing that would be very important. It is apparent that certain established business owners additionally on Old Fisherman's Wharf are applying pressure to eliminate vendors under the pretense of safety, when in truth it's about protecting their own market share. That is called economic gatekeeping. It is not acceptable. Sidewalk vending is not a public threat. It is protected. It is a legitimate source of a form of commerce under California SB 944. I urge this council to reconsider these overreached proposals and focus instead on collaborative, constructive solutions that serve the entire community, not just a select few with influence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks for being here today. It's not too often we get younger folks speaking at public comment, and I know it's probably nerve-wracking, but thank you for sharing your public comment with us today.
Good evening, guys. I just want to start off with saying I voted for all of you guys, and about a year and a half ago, I really had a high hope, and I'm one of the vendors, and I've been out of work, for a while now. I've got a little baby girl on the way. And just please let us go back out there to work. That's all.
Mayor Williamson and council, my name is George McNeely, and I live near the intersection of Casa Verde and Del Monte up in the Del Monte Beach neighborhood, and just wanted to share a few comments about the neighborhood community improvement program and the value that that's brought the city and our communities over the last 30 to 40 years. And I speak for a lot of taxpayers and voters that that's a really positive program that promotes community involvement in bettering our city and communities. And I guess I've heard that some of the funding may be removed or taken for other things.
I just have to pause you for a second. The subject that you're talking about is on the agenda. And so this is general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda.
Okay.
So if you'd like to make comments on that, you'd have to wait for our evening session when this item is.
Is that 7 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the intersection at Casa Verde and Del Monte?
That's coming up.
Is that on
That's
this session?
That's on the consent this session.
Can I talk about that?
Nope. So we'll
do that
next.
Oh, then I'll wait for that. Okay.
Sorry about that. Sorry for confusion. I know it can be confusing sometimes.
Okay.
Did we have Zoom caller? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to our Zoom caller.
We have one caller, and that is Jeff. Jeff, you can unmute and go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Swanson, and I am here to say what's being done to the Monterey vendors is wrong. The market is an ancient institution for an important reason. It is a place that brings together the community and allows for the expression of great diversity and creativity. For thousands of years, people have gathered in markets and have used that space for the exchange of culture, ideas, and a huge variety of goods. It's also a place people go to share in the experience. The market is the best way to see new ideas expressed. What is being done to the vendors in Monterey market goes beyond being unfair. It is illegal. The amount of emotional damage that has been inflicted on our beloved vendors is incalculable. I have spent some of the best and most memorable days of my life at the market. I've met people from around the world, and I know people love the market exactly how it has been, and there is no ethical reason to destroy something so beautiful. The law clearly protects vendors from becoming the target of large money-hungry businesses. Unfortunately, that law is being violated due to the greed of a small number of people. And if the majority of the population was well informed about what was happening, I think there would be public outcries. That's why I feel the responsibility to speak today. The vendor community is comprised of some of the most interesting, talented, outgoing, friendly, creative, and kind people I have ever known. The city's quote unquote changes are completely unfounded. I have always felt safe, welcome, underline safe, welcome, and included when I was at the market. I beg that everyone listening now look deep into your hearts and remember the market we love would not exist without the vendors. And please stop this destructive process. Thank you all for your time. Have a good day. That's all I have.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and move on to the consent agenda. There's been a request to pull item 3, and based off of the comments earlier, we'll also go ahead and pull item number 5.
Yep.
Any other items that the council wishes to pull? Staff, was there? Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, two, and I just need a summary.
Okay, so we'll pull 2, 3, and 5. Staff, is there anything else?
I'm not aware of anything else, Mayor.
Okay, at this point, we'll go ahead and call for public requests to pull any other items on the consent agenda. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay. This is consent. So other than the items that are being pulled, if you want to pull anything else, this is the opportunity to give public comment on that. All right, so I don't see any in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and close it in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's one person on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
Yes, this is our telephone caller. You can unmute and go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty. I want to comment when you get to pulling item number 2.
Okay, yep, we'll pull that separately, so we'll let you jump back on at that point. With that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of items pulled.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. With that, we'll go on to item number 2, first reading of an ordinance adopting parts of the 2025 California Building Standards Code, including local amendments in the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code. Maybe we'll check in with Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I know it's an annual thing we do, but because we have so many things that change from the state, I was wondering if staff has any summary of significant things that are updating in the building codes that we're about to accept and pass forward. I have not read the California Building Standards Codes because it's voluminous, and I'm hoping staff might be able to give us a couple of highlights of things that they see might be changing. And then I know we have a speaker that wants to ask some questions.
Absolutely. I think the main points here are aside from the usual changes to the building code, which actually happens every 3 years, if I understand it correctly, is that there were some substantial improvements to the California Fire Code. And part of that was the creation of the new California Wildland Urban Interface Code that now matches also the fire code. So the normal standard of the run-of-the-mill improvements to building codes. This time around, there were a few fire code relevant additions to that. One of them is the for sprinklers that are associated also with wharves and establish also where we need sprinklers now for certain building types. So if that's general comments enough for you, otherwise we have the building officially with the fire chief here who can probably go into greater detail than I can right now.
Yeah, so I guess the main question is some of the people I spoke with this week were wondering about the defensible spaces that we've all talked about that's been published from CAL FIRE. And that's connected to this. So it's incorporated to adopt the CAL FIRE recommendations of defensible space. So is there anything else that we need to drill into for the public to learn from our approval tonight of the building codes that we're adopting? Is there anything else that we would anticipate that we need to have outreach for?
Yeah, I think our building official can earn her money now by helping me out.
I knew we'd see Lori.
Yes, hello. This cycle of the building codes, the California building standards, are relatively minor in the bulk of their changes. There is some current legislation that actually places limits on any new code requirements that impact residential construction. So unless you are repeating past code amendments that you've already had in place, you are limited into what you can amend in the code. The city of Monterey typically has primarily administrative amendments only with regard to the building codes, except for the fire code, which I can't really go into much detail on that. I would mention that the Wildland Urban Interface Code, that is a new code, is really not implementing new requirements, but rather it's taking sections out of the residential code, the fire code, and the building code and combining them into one unified code that addresses those wildland urban interface requirements. If there's any questions specifically that I can answer, I'd be happy to.
That answers it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, any other questions from the council? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
Yes, we have a telephone caller and it's Ms. Beatty. You can go ahead.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I'm asking that you postpone consideration of the first reading of these updates and the city amendments. That wasn't mentioned. There's city amendments in here too. And don't pass something that you haven't had time to read. These are pages of changes. And with the important items on the rest of the agenda, this needs more time to study what the city would bind the public to do by approving them. Fire code changes are important to have the public to have time to review as well as you have time to review. I would note that past building standards have exempted utility meters, and those previous analog electromechanical meters that were on all buildings were grounded and had adequate surge protection. However, after California utility companies in 2010, beginning that year, changed to ungrounded, quote, smart meters with inadequate surge protection and containing lithium-ion batteries, building standards did not respond to the fire and electrical hazards they posed. Well, the agenda report talks about ignition-resistant construction standards, and they likely do not include utility meters in this current version either, which puts Monterey residents and businesses in danger, and that's just not acceptable. This also contains amendments made by staff. The saying goes, the devil's in the details, and whenever the city corporation adds local rules, they must be carefully studied for the burdens that would put on community members. And so I ask you to postpone this until the next meeting so that it allows the public to read these changes that the city as well as the state wants to impose on Monterey. And please don't pass this if you haven't had time to read this. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and close public comment on the item. The question for staff, what happens if we don't approve this? And I think maybe more specifically, do we already have to comply with it, given that?
The state law.
If you could just jump up to the mic, sorry.
There is a state requirement that we submit it to the state, so she'll confirm the deadline on that.
We have until January 1st to implement this, and it takes 30 days after the second, after council approval and adoption. If we didn't adopt these amendments, then the state code would go into effect in its unamended form. And I would mention that the amendments that we have are significantly the same amendments that we've done the last two code cycles. So like from 2019 and 2022. Essentially, we have no new amendments from a building code standpoint.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
Mhm.
Please.
I would propose that if we're ready, I'll make a motion. We do have the provision that we approve the first reading tonight, then we have 30 days. We'll see this again for the second reading. And if we have a true 30 days, like the cycle is, that should be adequate time for the public to be able to dig into this and then come back to us and give us suggestions at the second reading. So it's not automatic. We have a chance to be able to hear from the public if they discover something in there that they need to voice.
Well said. Is that a
I'll
motion?
make a motion before we do
Just to
that.
clarify, the second reading is in 2 weeks. And then
Okay.
after the second reading, in 30 days, the ordinance becomes effect. So you don't have, as you described, 30 days.
30 days.
You will see it in 2 weeks
Okay.
for the second reading.
City attorney is looking like she's ready to.
Oh, just a very nuanced, so the ordinance will go into effect, but the contents of the ordinance and the application of those laws isn't going to be effective until January 1st
Okay.
by the
So-
provisions, the terms of the ordinance
Okay.
itself.
So it sounds like if I make a motion, it gives the public 2 weeks for them to come back before we go to a second reading. So I'll make the motion that we approve this tonight on its first reading, and we'll see this again as a second reading in 2 weeks.
Been motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes. With that, we'll move on to item number 3, award a contract in the amount of $3,869,740 to Tyler Technologies, Inc. for an enterprise resource planning system and project management and implementation services. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will provide you with a brief summary of this report. In essence, the city of Monterey, our staff, we are proposing to replace our existing financial software system. It's called Eden or Tyler Eden. We named it after the mayor. And no, it's not. It's Tyler Technologies. That system will not be supported by Tyler Technologies in 2027. So we are at the end of life of that system. The team has budgeted for the replacement of that financial software system over the past 2 years by putting money into the IT reserves and dedicating it for the moment that is now in front of you to basically exercise the purchase of that. The $3.8 million is a 10-year cost that is spread out, as I stated, over 10 years. The initial cost is $1.1 million for the implementation, plus some other cost for travel. And so going forward for the next 10 years, the overall cost is 3.8. Money is set aside in the IT reserve for the initial purchase. And it will take us probably 2 or 3 years to actually implement this enterprise-wide system. It will affect finance. It will also affect HR. It will affect IT. So there are various new components there. And again, it's a necessity for us to replace the existing software system. And with that, I leave it with that for right now.
Thank you, Hans, for that. Questions from the council? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? See one person. Anybody else? All right, so go ahead and cut it off to that one speaker in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom, so go to Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Rick Hoyer speaking on behalf of the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. I asked for this item to be pulled because you don't have all the information about it in front of you. Yes, $3 million has been put in reserves to pay for the system and the installation, but the staff report also says you're hiring 2 more people and you have increased part-time staff as well. What is the total cost of this project? You don't know, and you don't have it at a time when you're now looking at how are we going to fix a structural deficit. To me, you should have all information in front of you before you make a decision of this magnitude. And as it is, the optics of spending $3 million right now when you're looking at taking money from NCIP and other places is questionable. I think you need this. You're at end of life. I know what the ERPs do. And the other question is will it save you money by being more efficient in doing things? You really need to have all financial information before you make major financial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Hans, two questions. Can you clarify the question being raised around the total cost associated with this item? And then what is the impact of us not moving forward?
Well, the impact of not moving forward is not an option for the city council. We would be stuck with a outdated software system that in 27 we will not have system support for anymore. So if something gets stuck somewhere, or if we need help to identify something in a complex system like a financial system, we will not have support for that. With respect to Mr. Hoyer's expression about the 2 additional positions, that is correct. They were part of the budget process when we presented it to you, and we shared with you that those 2 positions will be used to help us implement that software because we do not have the in-house capacity, and by that I don't mean the knowledge or know-how. By that I just mean we don't have the resources dedicated right now that would be able to keep the normal operation of the finance department and the HR department alive while we are using Tyler Technologies to implement this software. Anyone who has implemented an enterprise-wide system can attest to you that this is a good solution to bring somebody else into the mix. It was part of the budget, and without those 2 resources, we will not be able to manage a timely implementation of the system. To what degree the council would like to be briefed about this, as Mr. Hoyer was suggesting, that is absolutely up to the council's discretion. But frankly, we went through an RFP process. We had the vendors come over a period of 1.5 to 2 days showing their system. We had a cross-departmental team that was investigating that, and staff did their work. And again, I believe that's what we are supposed to do, not to have the council to dive too deep into those technical data points. And last but not least, the funding mechanism that Mr. Hoyer is speaking about, that's part of our very wise reserve policy, Mr. Hoyer, that we have implemented over the past years, and that allows us to not really go into the operational accounts to do just that. It allows us to use the reserves that we are putting away in good times, like we did, to use wisely now. And I think the Taxpayers Association should be happy about the wisdom of the council to have those reserves ready right now and not struggling to come up with money that basically would burden the taxpayers and the residents more by reduction in service levels.
Okay. Any other questions? Open also to a motion.
I just have one question for city manager. How can we stretch out the life anymore? You're sounding like this is it. We can't get 4 months or 6 months or.
We are stretching the life out till 2027. So it's not that it starts tomorrow. We will have the implementation hopefully done by 2027. It may actually be realistic that we may exceed the Tyler support by a couple of months if our system is not ready to completely roll out. So yes, we are at the back end of that system right now to replace it. It would be really not prudent to say let's start that process in 2027 when the system is dead and we don't have any support. And so I think at this time, I think we have done a good job to timing wise to bring it forward with the ramp up of probably 2.5 years that we have worked on that project.
Thank you.
Right, Dr. Barber.
Yeah, so I understand the technical piece and the timing of it, because I've been through this type of transition. It does take a while to get the implementation, make sure everything is matching, and having someone that has that expertise to come in to run the system to make sure it complies makes sense. I guess my question would be, is there a length of time that we have for that particular position to come in and do this implementation, transition, training, or is this something that's going to be ongoing?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Barber. We are planning of using those two positions for 3 years. And we will be, as I said it in a different context to the city council when we talked about positions like that, we will be ready to have a substitute for that position ready in IT or in HR without basically adding then 2 more positions. So those positions will time out after 2 or 3 years. And before that happens, we will use the normal attrition that we have to retain those positions.
Okay, thank you. And with that, if I'm able to make a motion, Mayor?
Yeah,
you may.
May I make a motion that we approve item number 3 on the consent?
Is there a second?
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any other discussion on the item?
Yeah, I wanted to ask drill down a little bit. Is that one of those examples that we have an opportunity where those 2 positions might be contracted employees? Or is that inappropriate where we feel that those 2 positions need to be city employees? And are we having to recruit, or is this one of those where we have the personnel here, we're moving the personnel to a new assignment, so it's not a new person coming on board to the city?
Those are good questions, Councilmember Smith. For us, the goal is to bring in the 2 staff members who can both on the IT side and then also on the HR side. And the reason why we're not recommending and not planning to move forward with a contract model is because of the idea that folks coming on board need to be integrated with our staff, and there's a level of expertise that the position will have, not only working on the ERP implementation, but also we recognize that some of the employees who are in key leadership roles within HR and IT will also be working on this implementation project. So as part of it is security and also the integration of staff. The security needs for this position will require them to have access to sensitive information. There's data migration involved, and we do have consultants who we actually have on board as part of assisting with implementation, but there's a clear segregation of duties in terms of what our city staff are working on and what the consultant will be assisting with when it comes to project management and oversight. So we are using consultants where we can. We have a company called SDI Presence. They've been part of our team working on not only facilitating and assisting with the ERP RFP process, but also project management that we have on retainer to allow us to close out the project. But after those 3 years, we will no longer need those positions. We're not planning on continuing them, and we do believe that in-house is the best approach given the sensitivity and integration with staff.
And just a follow-up question, if I might. I know this was approved in our budget process at the beginning. So in July 1, we approved the 2 positions anticipating that this would happen. So they're not yet on our payroll. So then the natural question is, as we expand these 2 employees to take on this special assignment for the next 3 years, those employees need to come on board at some point. And let's say it happens in 2 months, they come on board. We've already had salary savings from those 2 positions hanging there.
Right.
So I know it gets complicated with unfunded positions and, the 2, we might have to recruit, I guess the question for the public is they're probably wondering, do these 2 positions impact the already pending deficit in 2026?
The answer is no, because I know the funding comes out of the IT reserves for those positions. So that was part when we did the budget this year. One of the questions I kept asking, where's the funding come for for those 2 positions? They are coming also out of the IT reserve. The other part about the salary savings, I just want to state when the positions come on board, the project will also start. So there is not a real salary savings, Councilmember Smith, because even though we are right now in the process of hiring, I think the person for HR is being hired right now, not for finance yet, or I might have mixed up what we have currently in the pipeline. But we are in the process of recruiting right now, but we will need them for the time of 2 or 3 years. And when I mentioned to have that resource in-house, this is a real full-time 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours a day work to get it implemented. If we go with the other option that Councilmember Smith was thinking about, that is also an option. But for all the good reasons that Assistant City Manager mentioned, in addition, another reason is you want to have 100% dedicated attention to that and not another project that somewhere else on the consulting side is out there, or with this hired consultant is coming and distract from the attention to our product. And so in this case, we weighed different options. As Ned was pointing out, we have a implementation consultant as well engaged, but having full attention is very important. And think please, about the complexity of our accounting system and our invoicing system. Think about the contracts that we have with neighboring cities and agencies. And this is not something you can do with Intuit off-the-shelf accounting system. So,
yeah. If I'll add also, I think this is a project, we know there's a high price tag, but we received 7 to 8 proposals, narrowed it down to only 2 or 3 that actually meet our requirements. And this is not only the best product of all of the research we did and the deep dives in several meetings and assessments with all the stakeholders internally, all the departments were involved in this, the feedback and selection process over multiple days, and laid it on Tyler Technologies, which several, literally hundreds of cities in the United States use. I'll also add, there's a mindfulness of being as cost efficient as possible on this project. And it's one of the reasons why our finance director has decided to try to, on at least the finance piece, rather than hiring a full-time staff member for the next 3 years, see what we can do with utilizing part-time staff to help supplement the needs. And that's why she's gone out to CSUMB and other places to recruit. And when it comes to data entry, that's where we utilize part-time where we can, and where we have higher level needs, security issues, we'll use the full-time staff and on the HR and IT side.
Okay. Thank you. I have one last question. I think Mr. Hoyer was asking about essentially a cost benefit analysis. Maybe just a quick yes or no. Does doing this save the city money in the long term? Maybe it just requires an explanation, but trying to move on to the next item.
Yes, it saves the city money in the long term. And I'll give you an example. Cybersecurity is a thing that we all hear about. You heard about San Benito County, where a check was issued and it had to be grabbed back. So even if our system today is light years behind what future systems can show us with respect to security, and there will be a huge cost benefit that not someone can just grab a check and walk away with $700,000 or whatever happened in San Benito County. So yes.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is this is a risk conversation.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and call the question. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
It's a yes for me. That will move on to item number 5, authorized amendment to the professional service agreement with SJ Construction Management for construction management and resident and engineering services for the Del Monte and Casa Verde Recreation Trail intersection improvement project to increase the not to exceed amount from $367,998.74 to $529,658.40 and extend the contract by 6 months. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, I keep it short as well, Mr. Mayor. Precision Grade is the contractor on this project. The project was to be completed within 150 working days. We had expected that the date of completion was April 7, 2025. Unfortunately, the project experienced several delays, prompting this request to increase the cost and duration of the city's contract with SJ Construction Management. The funding for this project comes from federal grant funding, if that's correct, and also from CIP account Measure X. So with that, if there are any more questions, I'm happy to entertain them. And our project engineer is, I see, ready to jump to the lectern and explain more in case you have more questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a question if I can kick it off. So I guess the natural question is, why has it taken so long? And I know construction is always vulnerable, so I think we're going to get the answer, but certainly weather, construction mistakes, but why additional money and why such a long time?
Yeah. So when you say the question was asked, what were the unforeseen issues? And there were some suggestions, errors in utility conflicts and contractor delays. It's a really matter of all of the above. So we had material issues. So the major material delay on this project has actually been the traffic signal poles. As a federally funded project, we can only use Buy America steel poles. There was about a 6 to 8 month waiting period, which is above and beyond what we would normally anticipate these poles would take. So they have to be ordered very far in advance. You get yourself in that queue and you kind of hope nothing bumps you back from the supplier. We also have a limited resource where there's only 2 people in the entire country, or 2 companies in the entire country who manufacture these poles that we can use. So we're definitely at their beck and call. We also had issues with groundwater. We had issues with the construction of one of our signal pole foundations. We pride ourselves on being a historic city, and that comes with some historic problems in terms of our utility conflicts, where we ran into abandoned storm drain lines and abandoned other features that we didn't anticipate to be there. So when you have all these delays, they just pile on top of each other. And that's and it's the reason why this project has extended for so long. So one thing to kind of separate is, so Precision Grade is the contractor and SJ Construction Management is the construction management service. It's a professional service agreement, and some of the questions that were brought up were about the fact that there was only one. So we did a request for proposals, and construction management services, for people who are familiar with the federal process, in which, if you imagine the amount of paperwork that we have to do, just triple it. And so there's a very, very narrow supply of those people with that level of expertise. And there happens to be many big projects occurring in the Monterey County area. And so we think supply and demand, and unfortunately, we only had one person submit on this project. So many of the other construction management, construction contracting, that's going to be with the precision grade. We do need SJ construction management support because they allow us to stay on top of the contractor, document these issues, make sure that they're protecting the city and protecting the grant funding. Because if there's any sort of issue, we need to make sure that we protect the city and we protect that funding resource, and we don't want it to affect future funding opportunity.
Follow-up question, if I might. So I understand the contract we're awarding tonight is the additional funds of 161,000 and change, and that goes to SJ Construction, or it does not go to the professional services or the contractor?
It does not go to the contractor. This is construction management service, and that's where you get you have two construction, and so it gets a little confusing. And I think both have construction in their name. And so construction management is a professional service, kind of like an engineer. So so we have on the team an RE, a resident engineer. So that's actually engineering versus you think with contractors, like you hear superintendent, and those are the kinds of positions that you see in the contractor side. So this money is going to the construction management, which is a professional service.
Okay. And resident engineering services?
That is a construction management service.
Okay. And professional services agreement with SJ Construction. And so
yes,
who were the ones that poured the concrete, got the wrenches out, delivered the dirty work? Who's the construction company?
That is Precision Grade.
Precision Grade.
Yes.
Okay. So the Precision Grade is not receiving this funds.
No.
And Precision Grade will still be on the job.
Yes.
And so we have a contract with them to complete by
Yes.
April 2025.
Yes, so that was the original contract. So when we bid the project, we, based on the design, we come up with an estimated working days. When we issue the contract, then we issue a notice to proceed, and we put on that notice to proceed what the start date is that they have and when the working days start counting. And so it was 150 working days, and that's where we came up with the initial April date. We have things like rain delays. That's an incredibly common construction delay. And so we actually will work with the contractor. You cannot do certain activities during rain. We can't pave during certain seasons because we need certain temperatures. So we will work within reason with the contractor, but there are delays that the city is not responsible for and the contractor is responsible for, and they will have to handle their own delays. So, but we gave them this time and we're willing to work with them within reason.
Okay. And Precision Grade is located where?
Precision Grade, I believe is based out of Salinas. It's San Juan Road. I think it's on the exterior of Salinas.
So in the county?
Yes.
All right. And is there anything that can allow us in the contract and the oversight of this project that can tie us to know that we have a reasonable date that can be completed in the future? I think that's what the residents are wondering about.
Yes. And
how do we trust this construction company to finish the job that they started that was supposed to be done already?
Yes. And so we actually, one of the materials that we were waiting for is arrived on Friday, and then we're waiting for another. So that's a temporary fix, and we're waiting for the final date. So the hard part is you can really only look in hindsight on a lot of these things. So we have to keep moving forward, and we try as best we can to give you as many updates as we can. And so we do have a weekly construction update where we'll tell you what the activity is and where you expect to see the contractor. So you can expect to see the contractor on site on Friday, standing the last traffic signal pole, which has been a issue that has stopped the contractor from finishing up the work. So that is kind of, we're waiting for all these pieces to fall, and then we can set a date, but we always hesitate to give you a date where then we know it's continuously pushing, because then you lose confidence in us when we're trying to do our best to come up with an accurate date.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're doing a great job explaining this. It doesn't sound easy. I'm hearing concern from residents about what I'm hearing is a reduction in the number of lanes, turn lanes. Has there been a reduction, and if there has, can you explain why and the theory?
Yes, so there were two reductions in lanes. So one is temporary, and until they finish the striping, we can't reopen that lane because we saw an issue happening where cars were actually running over the brand new curb ramp because we haven't been able to make that striping adjustment. And so we're trying to protect the curb ramp. So it's a temporary lane drop. There was also another lane drop, and we actually did an operational analysis, and that has been in the project since I believe 2016 when we were doing the initial NCIP meetings because it was started as an NCIP project. And so that design has not changed at all. So we actually also added in a right turn lane to add another operational improvement. So we kind of took and moved. One of the major operational improvements that you're not going to be able to see until the project is complete is the change to the signal operations, where we're adding a protected left turn, because the left turn is one of the major movements coming out of that Damani Beach community. And so until the new traffic signals come in and we're able to reprogram, you're not going to see that benefit. So right now it's definitely more painful than it will be when the project's complete. But until we get that pull in, we can't switch over to the new system.
Thank you.
Any other question, please?
Not necessarily question, but more comments. I'm also hearing from residents about the frustration around the delays and all that, and I'm also hearing frustration around just updates or not getting sufficient updates in terms of when these delays are happening and why and all that. You mentioned earlier about the some construction updates. Where can the public go to find that?
So it's a really great resource. We have, and I hesitate to give the link because we just had a new website update, so I don't know exactly where it resides on our website right now. But if you do type in the search bar of monterey.gov construction updates, it actually has a posting of all the construction updates that are happening within the city. And I believe it gives you the opportunity to join via our constant contact. And the construction updates will, so you would be receiving an email with that. And then also we have on several occasions included it within our Monterey Matters, where we've included pictures. We've had a letter from the Public Works Director. So we have had included in our newsletters.
Great, thank you. And I guess that was a question. So here's my comment. So I know in following this project, which has taken a long time to get where it is, I also know that these types of projects take a long time and come with a lot of challenges, and really appreciate the patience that our residents are sharing, right? Because it is a project that I think we all are eager to see completed. But I also want to highlight the work that Public Works does for our city, and I feel very confident in that you all as a team are doing what needs to happen in order to move this project forward. So I just want to make sure that that's also stated, because again, it's not an easy project. There's a lot of things, a lot of details that are going on into this project, and once it's completed, I think it's going to be just an amazing intersection. So thank you for the work that you do.
Okay, any other questions? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and go to public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? So we have the one. Is there anybody else? There's two. Anybody else in the chamber wants to speak on this item? So go ahead and cut it off in the chamber to the two. I'll jump back to Zoom real quick to a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's two on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So again, I'm George McNeil. I live very proximal to that intersection up in Del Monte Beach. So every day, multiple times a day, I go through the intersection and have been for many years. And so I just want to emphasize for the residents in my community that this project is really important, as we've discussed, and it is a public safety issue because of the rec trail going by there and the confusion that has been caused, in the intersection and the prolonged time that this has been going on. And so, Councilman Harris asked about a guarantee that Smith, sorry, had asked for a guarantee, or what kind of guarantees we have that this project will actually be completed and when. It's really important because the longer this goes, I fear that someone may get injured in that intersection, either vehicles or cyclists or anyone else using the rec trail. Yeah, that's the main thing. It's really important and that this project comes to completion, and that if it's funding, I think most residents would be in favor of funding it as needed, as requested. I don't know if we've got a real great reason why it's costing more, but we would be in favor of funding it and getting it done. So that's it. Thank you,
sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Greg Vincent, and I live in the neighborhood also. I guess what I have to ask is, did you say that it was 6 to 8 months to get the poles to begin with? If it was going to be 6 to 8 months to get probably the most important part of the project here, why would they have even started when they did? Now we're sitting here waiting, and they've even taken the sign down that says when it's going to be done, because it's not good. Well, nobody knows. And the other question is, why did they repave all that entranceway before they started the project? And now they've chopped it all up, and they're going to have to repatch and repave and redo cement. That's it, basically. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, first we have Lori.
Hi, I join the chorus. And good evening, Mayor and council members of my fellow neighborhood, my neighbors that are sitting in the chambers. I also live in the Del Monte Beach neighborhood, and I guess where some of the frustration is coming, as some of them have outlined, is the updates and not being told. I feel like I've gotten a run around, and the updates may say August, and then it turns into September, and then it's October, and now we're just not getting answered. And our rep, Gino Garcia, just had a community meeting, and I know a lot of my residents, I didn't go because I figured they wouldn't talk about it because it wasn't on the agenda, and I just think it's kind of crazy to finally have this project and such an important meeting in our community for the first time, and then it's not even on the agenda. So it seems like nobody wants to talk about this. But where the frustration comes, and I was in on it, are the very first meeting they had on Zoom was early in 2021. And at that meeting, we talked about it. And we were told by the city, oh, sign up for Have Your Say Monterey. You'll get all the updates. We'll keep you informed. You'll be involved. You'll see the design. And, we had a little input in the beginning. Do we want to put a path over or under or no path or go through the crosswalks? So that was great. And then for 4 years, there was not a single update, not even to our NCIP rep. Not until March of this year, when the jackhammers arrived and the lanes were all removed permanently, that we all said, what is going on? And then we had a meeting thrown together with 5 people on Zoom, and the contractor basically saying, well, we can't do anything about traffic, so you're just going to have to live with it. And I don't know, it just seems very disrespectful and not really getting the whole story. And it's now more unsafe than before the project began. Traffic backs up. As people have said, sight lines are poor. There's many more close calls between cars, cyclists, and pedestrians. And now it's going to it's sat half finished and inactive now for months. And now it's looking like December 2026, if we're lucky. And it's just going to sit like that. So I'm sorry, I'm losing confidence in the city so far. So I'd like to know, when is it going to be done? What's the latest estimate? Because I hate to think of it sitting there for another 1.5 years in this dangerous mess that it is. And especially when there were originally bike path, from the bike path to the lights, there were paths to the intersection. All we needed to do was block off the bike lanes. We didn't really even need all of this. And we've lost access really to the only way in and out of our neighborhood. Anyway, thank you.
We have one more public comment, right? We have one more?
We did, but that person had lowered their hand quite a while ago. So I believe maybe they had their hand raised on a different item.
Okay, okay, please.
Yeah, it might be helpful to clarify the estimated date of completion is December 2025, not December 2026, the contract. It gives us a little bit more time.
Thank you. There was a few other questions. If staff, let me say first, I use that intersection quite often. I'm a cyclist, so I ride my bike through there, and I feel the pain just as long with everybody else. In regards to the experience of the intersection, I would just offer my own perspective as far as safety. I'm actually more intentional around slowing down in that intersection right now because of the construction going on. So I just would encourage everybody to use additional caution as you're going through there. Obviously, when there's delays, it causes deeper frustration. And so I think we hear you. We have a few questions that might be helpful that came from the public. There was a comment in regards to the poles being ordered and taking some time and why starting construction. And then there was another question in regards to paving and then tearing up. So hoping that we can get some clarity on that.
Yes. So in terms of the polls, we actually built that into our schedule of when, and as long as the contractor ordered the polls, basically as soon as the contract was executed. So there's between the time a contract is executed and the time the notice to proceed, there's a 2 to 3 week gap where the contractor can already be getting their ducks in a row with their subcontractors. With traffic signal poles in particular, you want to have a specialized electrical contractor. And so that contractor needs to be getting all their ducks in a row. We issue what's called a notice to proceed to tell the contractor, okay, the contract's executed. Here's all the information that you need on this date, which is normally 2 weeks from the time we send them the letter. You're good to go. Like, working days are starting. Like, we'll see you there. And you have 2 weeks from that date to start sending us. We're expecting submittals from you. We're trying to get a pre-construction meeting. And so that 6 months was built into the schedule. So as long as everything is ordered promptly, then, and the polls actually did arrive in, I believe, the end of May. So, and the latest delay has been with an issue with the foundation of a pole. All the other poles are stood. There's just one remaining.
Okay. And then there was the comment around there being a repavement and then that being.
Yeah. Sorry. So we actually did coordinate because that was an Measure PS resurfacing project. And so the only thing that was overlapped was the little triangle pork chop to kind of direct traffic, because one of the comments that we got when we were designing the project is all the illegal U-turns and near miss head-on collisions from people coming out of the neighborhood. And so that's how that came into the project. That's really the only area where there was the overlap. And other than that, we separated the two projects because we were working on trying to get the order of operations between our two projects. We could not combine them because they were different funding sources, and it would have been too difficult and with that funding where we didn't want to mess anything up. And so the rest of the pavement limits of work are actually, it's at the crosswalk, the trail crossing that'll be removed. And so that was where it ended. So that was the little triangle is the only thing where there was an overlap.
Okay. All right. And then can we give like an email or something if people have trouble finding where to go to get the updates? Because there was, again, public comments even after you described that. So I'm just hoping that we can connect somebody with maybe a human being so that way they can send them the link and make sure that they get directed to the right spot for those updates.
We can give the engineering-admin@monterey.gov, and you can also find that email on the engineering, Public Works Engineering website as well.
Perfect. All right. Engineering-admin at monterey.gov. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you for the update. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the item.
Second.
Is there any other discussion on this item?
Just one quick thing. I'm reminded of a story at Candlestick Park when we were going to Candlestick Park and there was 7,000 people instead of 60,000 people there. And it was cold and it was foggy and we all got a button to wear, proud to be a Candlestick Fogger. And so I feel like we need to give the residents that are going past that for over a year something, but know that we've been watching it as well. And tonight we got a lot of questions that I think are very satisfying to hear. And thank you very much for giving us the engineering perspective. And so know that we're getting close. It's good to hear that we're talking December 2025. And that's satisfying to know that. And so we just, we look for always learning best practices from the times when we have failures that it doesn't always work. And I know our engineering staff does that very well. So I just wanted to say thank you for staff and thank you for the residents for being so patient with that construction zone for so long.
Well said. Yeah, there's really nothing that can be said for folks that are frustrated with dealing with like nothing is going to satisfy the day-to-day agony that's being that we're going through. I think the update was helpful to just kind of hear where we were. And I know that staff is going to do some due diligence in doing a retroactive look back at kind of where there might be opportunities to improve this in the future. But again, that doesn't do anything towards what folks in the community are dealing with now. So appreciate everybody's patience. Appreciate staff for giving the update and working through this as best as possible and dealing with a complicated multi-layer government issue. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash.
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes, for me. And with that, we'll move on to our public hearing. Item number 8, adopt the Planning Commission recommendation and approve first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 38, Section 38-112, TAC 5 of the Monterey City Code to establish local density incentives for qualifying housing projects. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Levi, take it away.
Thank you, Hans. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. The item before you is a proposed zoning amendment that would expand the city's local density bonus ordinance. This amendment represents the ongoing implementation of the city's housing element. If you recall, in July of 2024, this council adopted the 6-cycle housing element. And then later in December of 2024, the council approved the first wave of implementation programs. One of those programs that was adopted that wave included the city's adoption of a local density ordinance. So under the existing local density bonus ordinance, projects can receive additional density if they meet one of 3 scenarios or criteria. So this is in the existing ordinance, to be clear. Projects can consolidate multiple lots into a larger lot of at least 0.5 acres. Projects can have at least 70% of their units be 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom units, or projects can provide at least 40% of the units affordable to moderate income levels. So under any of those 3 scenarios, and development can receive up to 10% density bonus. So again, that's what's allowed today under the current bonus ordinance. The proposed amendment before you today would incorporate one additional scenario or criteria that would target 100% affordable housing projects. Specifically, the proposed incentive would allow for 100% affordable housing projects to receive a 50% density bonus, and that's in addition to what's allowed under the state density bonus provisions. The purpose of the change is to address an incentive gap that we recognize that could help affordable housing developers maximize the potential of affordable units in the city. So we wanted to address that gap. The amendment was considered and recommended for approval by the Planning Commission at the September 23rd meeting. And I think that's all I have right now. But staff recommends the City Council approve the first reading of the proposed zoning amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the council? No.
I have one. I had hoped to listen to the planning commission, and I didn't, I'll admit it, because it seemed to me that finally we have an actual possibility of having 100% affordable housing with the density bonus. So I'm perceiving that for one of the few times we're really doing what the public is asking us to do, right? Is that your perception of it?
Definitely. So I think, as we know, with our RENA allocation, we've received 3,654 units. About half of those are market rate units that were identified we're in need of. And then the other half was affordable units at some level, whether that's moderate, low income, or very low income. And I think this addresses it at every level and maximizes the potential for getting deed restricted affordable units at low and very low income levels in the city.
Thank you.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on us lowering the percentage of affordable units in a project for the density bonus? Like, say 75% as opposed to just 100. And maybe I can give a little bit of an explanation of kind of where my mind is going with this. I think first, the idea of a lot of 100% affordable housing projects is low. Also, I'm not necessarily a big fan of 100% affordable housing projects because it creates a little bit of a ghetto type of effect, where you put all the poor people in one space and they're not integrated with the rest of the community. And so I think to help incentivize more, to increase the number of affordable units so that we can get those low RENA, the lower income RENA units developed. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure. As I noted, we need units at every affordability level. I think that would open up some opportunities for additional developers that maybe aren't looking to do 100% affordable, and maybe it does create some more market feasibility. You're correct. Most of our 100% affordable housing projects are typically built and constructed by affordable housing developers that specialize in just that, and use pretty sophisticated methods in making those financially feasible projects. But I think that perhaps lowering that, I don't think staff sees an issue with it in concept. I will say I think there's some modifications to the language in the ordinance that would maybe be necessary, because we refer to some provisions of the state density bonus law and how it defines what a 100% affordable project is. So I think there would maybe need to be some language tweaks in the ordinance, but other than that, I think staff would be comfortable with that.
If you were to pick a number in regards, if we were to lower it, what would staff think would be a reasonable amount that kind of hits a sweet spot of not too little, but enough to help incentivize and get those lower affordable units?
It's hard to say off the cuff. I mean, I think the 75% that you mentioned earlier is a pretty reasonable number. I think the state density bonus, so it's something to think about. The state density bonus law actually creates a lot of density bonus already, and there's provisions that were recently adopted, I think in 2024, that came into effect this year for what they refer to as a bonus on bonus, which is an additional 50% bonus that projects are allowed to have on top of the original state density bonus. The issue is that specifically precludes 100% affordable housing projects from receiving that additional bonus, which is why we kind of wanted to bring in this. So I think, but I still think that if your project's proposing a large share of affordable restricted units, that a density bonus is still probably advantageous to the city.
Let me try to ask it one more way. And I know, there may not be an answer you can give me, but what would staff say would be a percentage of the units that is too low that might have a counter effect in regards to kind of creating balance in the discussion?
Too low? I would say anything under 50%.
Okay.
Is too low.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
With that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Thank you, Levi, for answering those questions in the presentation. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? You have Mr. Hoyer. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so go ahead and close it off in the chamber to the one speaker, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one person on Zoom. Please, Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Hoyer. I'm resident of Monterey and actually a former planning commissioner. So I've dealt with a lot of these issues. I think I've got issues with going the 100% route, but understand we need to do it. The second you start lowering that percentage, but yet grant 50% increase in density of a project, you're now putting a project in a neighborhood someplace that doesn't fit. If we're going to go to that extreme, at least have it be 100% affordable and ideally at the lower levels. I agree with you. We need to be sensitive. We don't want to have too many of these all together and to create a thing, but we don't have that much land where you're going to have that larger project where you're going to have a getification of it. I don't feel. I would strongly oppose going below that 100%. I think at least at that, you're getting something significant that can be helping the city in exchange for a 50% bonus. That's huge. And I think you start playing with that below, you're going to have things go up in neighborhoods that are so out of place, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Yes, we have our telephone caller. You can go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty. I'm very cautious about the density incentives. I saw what just took place with the SB9 linked incentives by the city that ignore the substantial problems, including public safety and parking. And I see the density incentives being creating problems too that the city will ignore. In the past, the city's ignored parking problems and allowed building downtown for housing. The pattern in the city is ignoring problems created by its projects and density. So I'm leery of giving the go-ahead. We desperately need affordable housing, yet do we have planners and people in place to make decisions that are not going to they're not going to ignore the negative effects of putting a lot of units, whatever type they are, in an area. And I don't know, I have not witnessed the wisdom to be able to do that in the city administration or in most of the city council. So I'm really leery about let's bring in more density incentives and create more problems without even having the wisdom to think about what could be caused and how to mitigate them. So I think there needs to be a lot of discussion before something like this needs to be adopted. And the city needs to fix the existing problems it's already created with the incentives that it's offering. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Please.
A point of clarification from Levi. With the 100% bonus density and 100% affordable and 50% bonus density, is there a height limitation to the entire building?
Sure. So every project that's requesting a density bonus through state law receives not only the density bonus, but they'll also, based on the affordability levels, they get a certain number of what's called concessions or incentives. And those are essentially waivers to development standards that the city may have or impose in a certain zone, which includes height.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer that question, they would have the ability potentially to utilize one of their concessions to go past whatever the maximum height in that zone is in order to achieve that maximum allowed density.
And can you project out for me what that height might be in most of our areas?
So included already in the existing local density bonus provisions we have in the Alvarado district, specifically in our downtown specific plan, we have allowances that allow for projects to go one additional story. So I think now that would be up to 6 stories in our Alvarado district. But most of our other areas are capped at 3 stories outside of the downtown. So it would just typically what you see is 1 to 2 additional stories in order to maximize, because they have to be able to feasibly show where it's required to reach the density that they're allowed under density bonus. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Please, I just want to make a point. Levi, you might want to stay there. Sorry, buddy.
Sure.
So just to make it clear, the density bonus that a builder would be getting is a bonus that gets them around constraints of zoning of what we may have in a district. But they're chasing the dollar because they get money to build and they qualify for lending and maybe state money to help them achieve the build. And so it's a balancing act between the owner of the property, the owner of the development, to be able to get as many units as they can. And having it 100% affordable doesn't necessarily guarantee the project is affordable.
Mhm.
Matter of fact, they're fighting that because they're not collecting the whole rents that they need to build it. The gain on this and the motivation on this is that they're finding alternative financing because they're getting the bonus. So the question is, if we approved this and we said we agree in 100% bonus or 100% affordable project, they do get their bonus, and those bonuses are all the way up the line, qualification for loans through the state, and maybe even, sewer fees, water fees, whatever. Do those projects come to our planning process, our building approval process? So we are actively involved in overseeing the project. So we are aware what the setbacks are, what the height density is. So we're involved in that process.
We are. So it would go through the standard development process. It doesn't necessarily negate any of the procedural stuff that we take a project through. They would submit to us typically a request for a density bonus, kind of highlighting how much of what their affordability levels are, at what percentage, and what concessions or incentives they're requesting, and what additional density they're requesting. And all that's provided to city staff through the development review process.
Okay.
Still required to get all the necessary zoning permits that they maybe need. Same with building permits.
And so we're not in an area that is an administrative approval process where we have hands off. This is application of the building, and we're participating in terms of, do they qualify for the bonus? And we're overseeing the mitigations that they're trying to get to the maximized number where it becomes a profitable project.
Sure, we're involved in that process. We're not allowed to deny a density bonus that it meets the provisions of the state law, but we are involved in that review. You noted, and it's not administrative. We do have areas of the city where we have made changes in the code that does allow for administrative approval of projects, but it still goes through that staff level review where we're confirming that they meet all the standards unless they're requesting some kind of concession out of a standard. But we're double checking that math, double checking the request for density bonus to make sure everything that is needed to qualify is there.
Yeah. And one last question. Do we currently have any projects where we have an applicant that's waiting for this to be approved, so they are then able to go to pursuing 100% affordable for a project?
We do have projects throughout the city that would benefit from this change. One, of course, is being the affordable housing project right behind City Hall, which is the Mid-Penn project. But there are other projects that are also could benefit from this change as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All the questions I have.
Okay, please.
So just to add, I guess maybe an additional point here. I can support this item, not necessarily also in full favor of 100%, but I'm interested to see how something like this could unfold in the city of Monterey. But I think also for me, just supporting this item to me feels incomplete when we're not bringing forward topics around workforce development and social services and other added supports for the folks who would be tenants of these units. So I think those conversations need to be happening simultaneously, and I think they are. But I think it's really up to us to make sure that as these developments develop, that we're making those connections with programming for tenants. So just wanted to share that perspective. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, can I make a comment? You know, whenever we're talking about areas of concern that we really can't identify it because we don't necessarily know who's going to come forward with creative designing. I can support 100% affordable because I think that there's more opportunities to get projects going. But I can't say that we necessarily will always be comfortable with that. As the mayor pointed out, there may be some occasions where it's too dense, it's creating the wrong atmosphere in too many units, where it's the mass, the density, all affordable. We get involved in transportation. We get involved in, how close they are to the bus routes, how close they are to downtown, where they get their groceries. All of those things become a factor. But when I look across the landscape of Monterey, we don't have large land swaths where that's a concern right now. But it doesn't mean it couldn't be a concern in the future. And so as a policymaker, I have to acknowledge that if it's a problem in the future, I will hold the reservation of we might have to change it in the future. And nothing says that we can't change this to go down to 75% if we're trying to solve a problem. But for now, I can support it. And that's kind of the way I analyze this, is that we need units of all kinds and all sizes and all prices. But I also don't want to create problems in neighborhoods where we have blocks and blocks that's all tenements, they all look the same. They're not good conditions to see people live in. I don't think that we're going to have that. And if we did, I'd be willing to come back and look at this again. So that's kind of my position.
I would just ask the council, is there anybody that's willing to entertain lowering the percentage or even allowing it for specific areas within the city, say areas with specific plans, to allow some additional incentive and leverage of this policy proposal?
I would say no, only because it's gone through the planning process. It was unanimous. And also, I think it would require us to start over. And, I think that having the threshold of 100% affordable may see us see a quicker response from some development, especially what's behind City Hall. And it may put people or companies or nonprofits in a position as an NGO builder that they can more easily qualify for funding and get the project going. So I'm just not ready to go back and do this over.
Well, and anybody else?
Well, I shared that I'm not entirely in favor of 100%, but I think really thinking about it in terms of the city of Monterey, and given really how much real estate we have in our city, I don't necessarily know first the appetite to build for 100%. And if there is, like I try to imagine where in our city something like this could be built, and really would it have that impact that you would see with 100% affordable housing in other cities, right? So that's where my mind is at. But I mean, I'm open to hearing a number, but I think also it was shared earlier through your questions, right? Like what would be that number that would have enough of an impact to lower it? So
I mean, I think I can appreciate the sensitivity around this and the concerns. I think to your point, I mean, how many 100% affordable housing projects are we going to see? And if we're trying to make an impact, I would just offer, when we talk about community character, Monterey is, if I recall correctly, the most dense city in the entire county, and I think has historically been so. It's part of our culture. When we look back at the fishing industry and Spaghetti Hill, I think it's very much part of who we are. Obviously, we're talking about one element of a discussion that has multiple avenues, and you pointed that out, Councilmember Garcia, regarding workforce development. There's transportation. There's a lot of things that go into that, and I think that I can imagine that the city will be prudent in addressing those other elements, but unfortunately, they're not included in the discussion for the agenda item today. So I think that there's an opportunity for us to be bold and make a decision that will help impact the most vulnerable people in our community. In fact, I would offer it would help everybody in our community by creating more of a sense of community, by allowing folks that work in the city of Monterey to live here. Dr. Barber.
So I can definitely appreciate the perspective of a more equitable type of housing unit with several different incomes being addressed and being provided for. However, with the 100%, I think at this point in time, we don't have enough information to see whatever that other number would be for tonight for me to say, yeah, this number or that number. Just listening to Levi, we're kind of guessing on some of the odds and ends of it for me. I think the 100% is a great place to start to see where we are. I think that this is the first reading, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Yes, first reading. So this would come back to us when?
In 2
If
weeks.
this were passed today, 2 weeks? Okay. And so I mean, I guess my thinking is even the wraparound services that were Councilmember Garcia was talking about. I think those wraparound services and things like that, a lot of that exists, but it's a matter of collaborating and talking about that, what that looks like in a more structured level. And I think that could be agendized. I totally agree with that. But I think this is a good place to start, and seeing that the Planning Commission did unanimously vote for this. I think this would be a good place for us to start to help the most vulnerable people in our community.
Dr. Barber, is there specific information that for staff to provide that might give you greater clarity in regards to a lower number?
Sure. So I guess that would be more on a survey level of what projects, developments that are in areas that are similar or in surrounding areas that were either 100% and what the impacts were of those 100% as far as whether socially, as far as just the culture, safety, all those other different pieces, and see how that impacted the area. as opposed to comparing them to 70% or 80%, whatever the other elements would be, but being able to have something comparable, saying this is 100%, this is 70%, this is 60%. And these were the comparable situations of what we saw the impact were in the communities, and being able to see how the impact were for the communities and for the residents there as well. To me, then I'm able to kind of compare apples to apples.
Does that make sense to staff? Is that helpful?
Sure. I think we could definitely do some more research on affordable, 100% affordable housing developments, not only in the city, but maybe in some of the surrounding areas. I think what could also be beneficial is we can look at some numbers as far as what type of density bonuses are available to projects that aren't 100% affordable already. And that may council kind of make this judgment call. Again, there's already provisions. They've really expanded the state density bonus law a lot for projects. There's, I think, a project that's providing 50% affordability levels can get up to a 50% bonus and then an additional 50% bonus. So that's at 50% just under the state density bonus law. So you're looking at, a bonus on bonus already. So a lot of the projects that aren't 100% affordable are already qualifying for almost 100% bonuses. That's kind of why we're proposing this amendment, is to fill that gap, because there's really nothing in the state density bonus law that does that for 100% affordable housing projects. Going back to Councilmember Garcia's comments, a lot of these developments that we see are from affordable housing developers that do specialize in this and do provide that wraparound service and support services like a mid-pin. So that's kind of their bread and butter and what they're comfortable and used to doing.
So if I'm understanding correctly, just to follow up, Levi, sorry, there are a lot of 50% or more bonuses already existing from the state level for a lot of the less than 100%. What is it? The 100% affordable projects. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. That's why we're incorporating this new amendment, is to kind of same bonus or incentive that their projects are getting to 100% affordable projects.
Okay, so that's different. If you're saying that there are already incentives that are similar in percentages that already exist for less than 100% affordable projects, and you're basically filling a gap, a need, because there's nothing for 100%. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think with just a little bit of information, we only have a handful of 100% affordable housing projects in the city. They've all been developed in partnership, typically with a low-income housing developer. So we have behind the police station, we have the Van Buren project, helps city sponsored. We have one at 420 Estrella. That's a project that the city also, it's on city land, and we help develop. We have the Portola Vista Apartments, and we have Ocio and Monterey Hotel. So we already know where the 100% affordable projects are in the city. There aren't any built at 70% or 60% currently in the city of Monterey.
Could I get clarity in regards to the density bonuses that already exist? Maybe it was my misunderstanding of the conversation before public comment. So let's say we went with a 75% number for our density bonus. So you're saying that project would potentially qualify for the double density bonus through the state and then a third through ours?
That's correct.
Okay. So that was my misunderstanding. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve item number 8.
Second.
Any other discussion on this item? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rash?
Yes.
Councilmember Barber?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
And Mayor Williamson?
Yes. All right. And with that, we'll go to our public appearance. Item number 9, adopt city council engagement and travel reimbursement and expenditure policy and amend budget resolution 25-058 to increase city council travel allocation by $7,200. I'm going to propose that we table. I'm never going to get this right. Yes,
Is with date.
Thank you. Thank you. Mental note that right now. Let's see if it sticks. I'm going to propose that we table. I've received a lot of public comments around concern of our evening discussion item around our budget and this item being on the agenda. Albeit I think this creates policy and left and right limits for the council around travel. I know that the perception is that it looks like we're increasing the allocation. So that's I'm going to make a motion to table this item.
Can I ask a question before we?
Let's look to see if we can get a second on the motion first, and then you
Second.
can. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please.
So I was actually going to propose that we not increase it. We leave it as it is. Because for the same reasons that I think the public has reached out to many of us, that we at this time should not be doing anything that impacts $1 towards the Denver fund.
I apologize. I think the motion on the table is to table. So
yeah. So my question is, why table it? Because you think it takes more time.
So I think personally, I think that the language of the agenda item is a little bit misleading because it's not necessarily about increasing the council allocation for travel. It's more about passing a policy that creates clear left and right limits for council that currently don't exist. So I don't want to really have this conversation today so that we can focus on the most pressing issue, which is our budget. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Any other questions on this item? All right, let's open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you could use a raise hand function. For anybody in the chamber, Mr. Hoyer, anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There are 3. My Zoom is frozen. Sorry.
Okay, there's 3. I'm going to go ahead and leave it to a minute because this is going to come back to us at a later date. So I'll go ahead and pass it to Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Rick Hoyer, President of the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. The way I read this, it was an increase. Bad time for it. And actually, I would propose when it comes back, you actually put on eliminating it since it is non-essential spend in the first place. Yes, those are great organizations to be a part of and go to, but can you afford to continue going to places when you have a $10 million structural deficit? So when you come back to debate the policy change, you might also look at eliminating travel reimbursement in its entirety until some future date when you're in a better financial situation. The last thing you want to do is be going out to ask for taxes from folks when you're now considering increasing and even having non-essential spend. All non-essential spend in the city that's not critical should be eliminated as part of what you're dealing with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll go to our Zoom callers.
All right, first Zoom caller is Tom Reeves. Tom.
Well, first, thank you. I think that's appropriate. The tabling of this. I agree with Rick Hoyer's comments. I think you also need to be considering reducing or eliminating some of your spending. I realize it's an optics issue as much as anything else, but optics are very important, especially when you're talking about wanting to take NIP funds. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. We will go to next caller. Bear with me. Been a while since I've done this. Okay. Next will be caller last 3 digits, 902.
This is Nina Beatty. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I don't think the city should be paying for optional trips. And unfortunately, the League of California Cities and the National League and the Conference of Mayors are currently functioning as lobbying venues for corporations. For $5,000 starting to $25,000 or $50,000 for the National League, businesses can buy access to city officials, committees, meetings and hawk their goods and services. The prices are just enough to shut out the public. And the brochures are pretty clear. Build your brand and raise your profile. The League Partner Program is a gateway to local elected officials and the local government decision-making process in California. And they go on and support the work of cities while engaging in educational activities, policy making, regional meetings, et cetera, et cetera. Reach niche audiences like city managers, fire chiefs, city attorneys, city clerks, and fiscal officers, et cetera, et cetera. And the corporations include Airbnb, Amazon, AT&T, Crown Castle, which builds cell towers, BBK, PG&E, et cetera. The seminars push smart city development, wireless, autonomous vehicles. These are vested interest groups, and the Association of Defense Communities conferences are conflict of interest lobbying meetings for military agencies and contractors without any counterpoint. They push military expansion in our community for DoD with the result of more Superfund sites, more toxic exposures, and degraded world peace and no remediation. So I'm very opposed to funding echo chambers.
My system is working again, and we have Esther as our last speaker.
Yes, hello. I wanted to just point out, we need to really define what optional is going to mean, because this council is not the first council that's had to travel. And somehow I find it curious that it comes up now after decades of proceeding the way that the council has and previous mayors have not been questioned about it. So I'm not opposed to having some kind of policy. I think it's very much overdue. And I commend this council for actually wanting to create a policy that should have been created decades ago and should be very specific on what optional means, because there are some travel things that council members have to participate in that they wouldn't do it if it was optional. They kind of have to do it. So I would recommend that being a priority defining. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. There's a motion on the table. Any other discussion on the motion?
Is there tabling is a date uncertain?
That's correct.
And so we'll leave it up to staff to pick a future date?
Yep, I'll work with city manager's office on that.
Okay, so I think it's something we don't want to postpone too long, and I'd like to see it back fairly soon. Okay, be my preference.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Rash,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
It's a yes for me. With that, we're going to go to public comment on closed session agenda items. Closed session item 10 is closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 TAC 8 and regarding 886 Cannery Row. And closed session item number 11 is conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 TAC 92. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, so we have one speaker. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and check back in with folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. Please start in the chamber.
Oh, well, for once, you can hear me on the speakers. Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Chief Executive, managers. For this item, everything the council does is being scrutinized under a magnifying glass. It's not too late to change your ideas for the vending. And
I'm sorry, which item are you speaking to?
11.
Number 11. Okay.
Can I speak?
Please, I'm sorry.
Or more interruptions. I usually get interrupted when I speak, so I'm used to it.
I apologize. Please
Thank
continue.
you. Once again, on this issue, because it is going to court, and if there is corruption involved with this issue, and it's found to be corrupt, unfair business practices taking place, what type of repercussions for the maybe a chief executive or anyone else involved with creating the failure of the item that's being discussed in the back room. It's an important issue and it affects a lot of people, not just the person that's creating the line item issue tonight. It's an ongoing issue, and it's getting to be a little bit for me a little worrying because it hasn't, and it doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon unless this council decides to really act on it. And once again, it's not too late to make the right decision. And also, it'd be nice if the city would look at re-agendizing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our Zoom callers.
Yes, first we have our telephone caller. You can go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty. This is regarding number 10. Please enact a market rate lease on the Monterey Bay Aquarium. The aquarium's claims of poverty don't match the $50 million boat it just purchased, nor the constant advertising in local newspapers. The aquarium is also doing extensive harm to the ocean, which impacts Monterey's brand and reputation. And the traffic and all the impacts are expenses to Monterey's budget that are not being put into this equation. The aquarium's high decibel sonar, now even higher with its new boat, is 100 million times known lethal levels and above Saturn 5 decibels. Sound power and resonance affects chatter or ocean organisms like a wine glass. MBA claims they can't hear it. They won't harm them. That's false. And yet the aquarium continues to do things that are not scientific. In November, the aquarium will destroy the flanks and floor of the canyon near Moss Landing for 6 days of high decibel sonar blasting to collect topological information. In addition, the Monterey Bay Aquarium, including veteran Dr. Mike Murray, has implanted hundreds of sea otters with transmitters in their abdomens for years, ignoring the damage the capture, surgery, and EMF emissions do for the life of the otters, including immune, learning, and navigation impacts. How many have died from shock or sepsis? There's been no public hearings or EIR or CEQA review or public process. And the aquarium may soon become a liability to the city if the city doesn't call out the aquarium on its cruelty and destructive practices. But I hope that at the very minimum, the city of Monterey pushes on a market rate lease for the aquarium instead of giving it free ride for all the work, the abuse it does. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mira.
You already spoke.
Who is this? I'm sorry.
Hi, this is Mira Nisim. I was actually interrupted last time, so I should be able to have 30 seconds. Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the time to speak. What I wanted to say before I was interrupted was that in my public records results, I saw that one of the revisions that we had asked to make, which was delineating the bike path that the city had noted on their side by themselves, didn't tell us, but that you have no impediment to properly mark the bike path.
And our last speaker is Keith.
All right, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and second and third with Daniel and Mira here. I am one of the vendors myself, and I want to speak on number 11 there. It's a very real thing, and I just want to say respectfully, like I spoke earlier, there is a lot of evidence between the vendors that have been collecting it. And I think that is not going to be the only lawsuit that is brought against you guys. I can say that personally for a fact that it won't be. But I really urge you guys, you know, I had a little trouble earlier speaking there because it is a very emotional thing here. I really urge you guys to please lift the ordinances and let us go back to work. We weren't hurting anyone, and let us be a part of the community. Let us pay the taxes to you guys. You know, you guys have a $10 million deficit. Let us be a part of helping out with that. Let us get back to work here and you know, please do your jobs and do the right thing. And like one of the ladies who just called in said, you know, things are not being taken care of. And I want to raise my hand on saying one of the things that has not been taken care of is the rules and regulations that were already set in place for vending. You know, none of it was taken care of. The guy came out once a year, maybe twice, and all of a sudden now he's out there every day. And you know, if you're an inch over the 8 by 4 feet, you know, you're going to get a ticket. And it's, I just really urge you guys, like I said, you know, I really had a lot of faith in you guys up there. Please do not let me down. Even though I am right now let down, please make this right, because there will continue to be lawsuits will keep coming your way. All right. Have a good night.
With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and we'll go ahead and recess to close session. Thank you, everybody. Buddy, welcome to our evening session of our council meeting today, Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. Go ahead and reconvene, and I will ask Councilmember Garcia to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Gino. With that, we will do continuation of our general public comments. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda. This is general public comments for things that aren't on today's agenda. So just for everybody's awareness, how public comment works is we identify the individuals that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So I'll start with the Zoom. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on general public comments? So I see the one taker. Anybody else? A 2, 3. Anybody else? Okay, so we'll cut it off to those 3. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and give them 3 minutes. What do we do for afternoon session? 2, so we'll get 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Whoever wants to start.
Julie Gorman, City Council. Staff recommended and the City Council unanimously voted to dissolve the Architectural Review Committee. City Charter Section 8.1 Appendix A, which is part of the charter, states ARC approval is required for non-structural exterior changes to visitor accommodation facilities, and ARC approval is required for the expansion of visitor accommodation facilities. I emailed the city attorney stating that the city council does not have the legislative power to dissolve the ARC until the charter was amended, transferring the approvals required by the ARC for VAFs to the Planning Commission, which requires voter approval to do so. The ARC cannot be dissolved and must remain in place, if for no other reason than to approve non-structural exterior changes and/or approve the expansion of visitor accommodation facilities as stated in the charter. Ultimately, it is the voters that decide if the ARC will be dissolved, because if the voters do not approve the charter amendment, transferring the approvals required by the ARC to the Planning Commission, the ARC cannot be dissolved. Staff should have never recommended to the City Council to dissolve the ARC, knowing the City Council was violating the charter that states ARC approvals are required for VAFs, knowing the City Council did not have the legislative power to dissolve the ARC, and knowing the right to decide if the ARC should be dissolved belonged to the voters, and that right was being taken away. If the ARC had been dissolved and then the voters did not approve amending the charter transferring ARC approvals to the Planning Commission, was the ARC then going to be
Whoever likes to go next. There's only 2 speakers left in the chamber.
Hi, I'm Karen Brown, resident and former employee of the city. And I've spoken to you in the past about Dutra Street, and I want to thank you again for the resolution of apology to the people, the indigenous people who lived there and were removed back in the 1950s. At that time, you all said that you thought we could do more. We should do more, in fact, I heard you say. And so I wanted you to know that I have submitted a proposal to the NCIP for a park in the vacant space next to the library and along the creek, which was, if you recall, so important to the people who lived on Dutra Street. It would include signs that would describe the ethnobotany of the creek, revitalization of the creek, and it would just be until the part that is now fenced in that goes just to the edge of the library's area. It's in that vacant lot, which is not so pretty these days. It would also have a storytelling circle, and it can make a natural amphitheater, which could be done with stone ideally, I think, with a stage at the bottom. And it would hold maybe 25 to 50 people. And it could be featuring Indigenous topics, but it could be for others as well. I just wanted you to know that that was one of the proposals. I was not able to find out exactly the number, and I didn't hear it in the staff report. But I think it's 19 or 29. I don't believe that the public has access to it exactly. I'm giving you a copy.
Hello, mayors, council members, people. Couple of subjects. First thing is the bike lane and the new requirements on the bike lane. They've created such a large area. It's actually 50 feet across in an area near the Harborview Plaza. And to have such a wide area for a bike lane to process through an area that channels down by the parking lot down to about 10 and a half feet. So you have an area where people are funneling in from such a large area and down to a small area. And I've actually provided, Mayor, I've provided pictures of the accident that happened there last month. And the continuing non-working out the situation to make it safer. And also on the other side, where the lane goes from the boating area to the wharf, that area is about 8 feet wide, and there's bicycles now because of the harbor area being cleared out. There's bicycles going through there, and it's very dangerous, especially for disabled people. And I want to bring up about health and safety that cause a new structure for the street vending. The health and safety, the city did not provide one factual bit of information that closed down the old idea of and creating a new amended that violates the law. There was no true findings. There was no study done. There was no reason why the city used health and safety to change the rules or laws on the street vending area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and go to our callers on Zoom, please.
Yes, first we have our telephone caller. Ms. Beatty, you can go ahead.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. In August, I sent a public records request to the city asking for emails and text messages received and sent by staff and council during the public hearing on SB 9 densification, August 5th. Some responsive documents were withheld. I asked for clarification if all the withheld texts and/or emails were staff to staff, or whether any of them were between staff and the mayor or city council members. The city didn't answer, and it hasn't answered my subsequent requests again for clarification on these withheld texts. So it appears, in the absence of any information coming from the city, that council was conferring with staff or each other during the city council meeting secretly via devices during an open public meeting where everything is supposed to be on the record. And I don't believe that that's lawful. I also understand that council members are receiving emails and texts from the public during city council meetings circumventing rules on public comment. I request that the city council bring before it and create rules that eliminate cell phones and communications during the meetings to those outside the meetings or people inside the meetings, but not on the public record. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to give a shout out to staff for all the work they've put into the first city academy that's being concluded this week. It was very, very educational. Everybody in the class really enjoyed it. It had good participation, and I am sure that a lot of people would benefit from continuing to do that. So I will advocate for this now, just like I have in the past for the community academy that MPD does. And it's a lot of work for staff, and I understand they've been doing it also for city employees, but it's a really good investment in the time so that the public is educated on all the things that the city provides us, the services, the staff, what each department does, so that maybe they won't waste a lot of time contacting the wrong departments when they need something. And I wanted to also thank Councilmember Garcia for coming to our neighborhood gathering a couple of weekends ago, as well as city manager, assistant city manager, and parks operations manager, Ty Snorton. We had a really nice turnout, and it was good to spend time with the neighbors and staff outside of official meetings and whatnot. And lastly, just FYI, tomorrow, the police department and a couple of us are going to be doing a walk through Laguna Grande Park just to kind of mitigate any encampment activity before it gets out of control. So thank you to all of them as well. Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and do announcements from closed session, please.
On the first closed session item, number 10, closed session conference with real property negotiators on 886 Cannery Row. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to real property negotiators. On item number 11, 1, 2, and 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Zelinkus versus City of Monterey, and 2 cases, Nissim versus City of Monterey. There's no reportable action.
So thank you, Chrissy. And with that, we'll go to our public appearance item for this evening. Item 12, provide direction on how to reduce the $6 million budget deficit for FY 26-27 and the city's $10 million structural budget deficit. Before I pass this off to staff, I think one of the things that became clear throughout this process, particularly at the last council meeting, is that there's a lot of confusion in regards to what are we considering, what should be considered this upcoming fiscal year's deficit versus the longer term structural deficit conversation. And so I'm going to ask staff, and if my colleagues agree, I think the conversation tonight should be strictly focused on the immediate deficit for this next fiscal year. And we can pick up the conversation around these other pieces after we get through this immediate conversation. Because I think mixing the two is part of what's causing a lot of confusion. So unless I'm hearing any dissent from my colleagues, I'll go ahead and pass it over to staff.
Just a clarification. I understand what you're saying, and it might be helpful, but I think at times we're going to have some crossover when we're talking about structural, I'll call it recovery for on years, because any decisions that are structural, addressing the structural deficit, are really long-term solutions for the future. So I think the only thing I would say is that we need to be a little tolerant of where it crosses over on occasion.
Absolutely.
And not be too rigid.
Absolutely. I think the goal is to just try to help reduce some of the confusion and stay laser focused on the immediate issue at hand here. And if it does come up, I think hopefully we can just draw some clear distinctions in regards to what's related to 26, 27 deficit versus longer term. So, alrighty, well, with that, we'll go ahead and pass it to staff for presentation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I tried to follow your lead there, Mayor Williamson. I start with a word that is German, and it's Haushalt. Everybody say household, Haushalt, and that
Is that haunted house?
no, not really. So Haushalt is a German word, and it's easy. It's for household. So Haushalt equals household. But there's a second meaning in German because the German language is always a little trickier, and it also means budget. And so when you talk about the federal budget, it's called the Bundeshaushalt. And so I start off with the word household because the city is a household, but it's also a budget. And when we look at the household, we have to figure out as a family how are we balancing our structural deficit. It's our household has so many expenses. Our household has so much income. We have so much in savings, and we have so much in additional things that we want to buy and we afford to do, that there comes a time when we have to sit around the kitchen table and we have to sit down and say, okay, what is important for us, for our family to exist, and what is important for us that we can afford. And this year, we have balanced the budget despite a $10 million deficit. In the current year, we are fine until June 30th. But for next fiscal year, as we have stated quite a few times over a few months, for the next fiscal year, we are facing currently estimated $10 million budget deficit. That means we are having expenses projected that will be $10 million higher next year than our incoming revenues. So what are our expenses is a good question that always comes up. Our expenses are mainly the cost for delivering services to our residents, which many folks deliver 24/7, 365 days, and there are still a few of those who deliver those services year-round, around the clock. That brings me back to the word household and household and budget. Many of us at home, we have a checking account for our everyday expenses. We pay our groceries with that. We pay our utility bills with that. And many also have a savings account that we use when we need it. If you follow Susie Orman, the financial guru, you should always have an emergency fund of 8 to 12 months of living expenses stored in a separate account that protects you against unexpected events like job loss, medical bills, and major catastrophes. We have also that. That's our fund for economic uncertainty. That is funded at 20% of the general fund level, and it is for unforeseen economic conditions, and it is for unforeseen catastrophes. Like any other household, we also have to house our family members, our employees. They work in buildings, providing offices, providing workshops. We have fire stations, police station, rec centers, library, etc., etc. We have to provide for our employees with respect to healthcare, to dental, vision expenses. We also have to provide for the retirement benefits. Like anyone at home, we have to heat the offices, we have to light them, we have to irrigate our parks, we have to provide that the roofs are not leaking, the windows are possible to open, toilets that actually flush when you push them. So there's a lot of things that we have to do. And in addition to a normal household, our landscaping in parks, beaches, forests, medians, our maintenance of streets, etc., all those are part of our budget of our household. We have to maintain them. We have to keep them safe. We have to keep them operational. And as Kurt pointed out, is Kurt in your audience? No. As Kurt pointed out earlier, also here and there we are lacking maintenance becomes obvious when you see them in some areas where we really haven't done the job as we are supposed to do. But we have, like many people here in the audience and like you, the council, we have put money aside to make sure that one day we can repair or one day we can replace what we own. And so, like many households, and that's why we are here tonight as well, we need to know when we have to tighten the belt, and we need to know also when we can go on to a vacation, when we can afford a vacation. So we are in control of our expenses. If our household costs like insurance, gas prices, utilities increase more than our paycheck, then we have a problem. We need to get rid of some of our nice-to-haves. Dad does not need to have a water ski jet. He doesn't need to have a motorcycle, and we never really liked our RV. And we have to look at our cell phone plans. Or do we really need all a new iPhone 17 with an overpriced, unlimited 3-year plan? So what do we do in our households? What do households do? They eliminate, they reduce or reallocate spending patterns and prioritize. And so in essence, our city is like any other household. We have to manage our household by setting priorities. We have to adjust our spending patterns to actual income. And the following is something that I have said for quite some time now, and it doesn't come to you as a surprise. In the city of Monterey, we do not have a revenue problem. In Monterey, we do not have a revenue problem, but we have a spending problem. And as a matter of fact, I can report to you that our current revenues come in as projected. For the first quarter of the current fiscal year, so that's July, August, September, hotel tax, which is our number one volatile revenue source, comes in actually as expected, actually a tiny bit higher right now. And when I say tiny bit higher, I say it's really tiny, but I feel obligated to share this with you. Sales tax data is not available yet, but usually that correlates positively with the hotel tax. So again, we do not have a revenue problem, but a spending problem. And tonight we have to talk about how we are balancing revenues with our spending patterns. Today is also, I hope, to apply household reasoning in figuring out how we balance our next year. Clearly, we can manage our expenses. We have the funds in place. We just spend them in a different way that doesn't allow us to balance the budget. We have to learn another German word now, which is Küchentisch, and that's kitchen table. So household, Küchentisch, kitchen table. We have to sit around the kitchen table and have to discuss how can we balance our budget. One proven principle that we all do at home, at least I hope so, is that we can only spend what we have as income and what we have in our savings account. And in order to clarify what I mean by that, we have developed two scenarios that I want to share with you. Two different households that I will describe, two different families. One family, both families want to build a new deck in their garden, and they want to include also a barbecue area into their garden. And they have saved $50,000 for that. That's probably a low-end number when you look at what contractors charge today. The new deck will certainly enhance the quality of life at their home. The new barbecue area with built-in appliances will also make the quality of life a lot nicer. And yes, while they don't think about this, the deck and the barbecue will need to be maintained, repaired, replaced in many years to come. So here's scenario number one. We have a family that I call family prudent. If we want to build a new deck and a barbecue area, do we take the money from our retirement accounts? No, nobody would do that. That would be foolish. Would we take it out of our emergency savings account? No, that would be also not a good idea. So would we use other savings accounts for this project? Would we borrow money to add a new deck and buy barbecue? Maybe, but only if we know we can pay it back through income. So this family saves anything extra for this purpose, and they save $50,000, and anything that they could save over the years goes into that new deck and barbecue project. They have $50,000. They select a contractor, they get a bid, they are ready to start the project, and boom, the Pineapple Express comes across their home and the roof becomes severely damaged to the point that they need to replace it. So what are they doing? Do they put a tarp on the roof and continue with the project, building a deck and designated barbecue area? Do they look at the kids' college tuitions, and do they look at their medical expenses and say, okay, let's cut the college tuition, let's go into debt for medical expenses, and we want the deck? No, Family Prudent uses the reasonable person standard, and they would say we shift our funds to the new priority of still paying tuition and medical bills first, and use the savings to replace the roof. It preserves their retirement savings, it preserves the college savings, and they use the $50,000 to not have a blue tarp, but replace the blown off roof. And they decided the nice to have can wait. Here's the other family, and you might be surprised that they will act differently. I call it the family hedonistic. The same scenario, roof is gone, same savings they had, but this family thinks slightly differently. They think about, it's all about creating that special space for them, and a barbecue space and having a new deck. It's all about creating happiness. It's all about creating good feelings. They really don't like to create pain, and they really don't like to sacrifice in search for their ideal deck and barbecue place. They want to spend it all, spend the money on the deck and fix the roof. But they realize they cannot do that. Because they don't have simply their money set aside. So what can they do? They stop saving for retirement and for college. If that was a smart thing to do, they let medical bills go unpaid. They might consider having the kids take a private student loan to cover the cost of increased tuition. Or they keep spending funds on daily expenses such as dining, coffee shops, wireless plans, and toys. They use the $50,000 for a new patio and barbecue, and they would put a blue tarp on the house. It looks funky, but it's all about us, isn't it? So today we are facing the same choices, similar choices. We have the revenue to fix the structural deficit. And I'm not proposing to dismantle the cherished NCIP program. It will remain funded with more than $23 million. If we follow the council guidance sometime, there will be still $19 million sitting in the NCIP. We do, however, say, again, we're not saying let's dismantle NCIP, but we do say let's not spend our savings to pay for the funding deficit. We do say let's, in the next couple of months, think about how we seriously can create a one-year break of funding for the NCIP to help us to get to 26-27. You, the council, made it clear last week on Monday, that you don't want to reduce services for the residents through layoffs. You don't want layoffs across all departments. This is not an option for you, and we applaud you for that decision. Staff agrees wholeheartedly, and I know also that our bargaining units appreciated those comments. So it's all about the next couple of weeks and months, how we are tackling the challenges ahead of us. We have created reserves starting in 2014. Those reserves that we created for the fund for economic uncertainty started at a real low point when we had less than $6 million in 2014 in our fund for economic uncertainty. That was less than 9%. That was less than 10% of our general fund. Today, we are in a better position. We are fully funded at a 20% level in the Fund for Economic Uncertainty, and that's where this fund should stay. In spring of 2018, we also started to talk to the City Council and the community to fund additional reserves. And today, we have those reserves in place to help the economic engine of the city, the conference center, to help them going and to be able to remodel that center by 2030 or 2035. We have, more importantly, a strong reserve to weather the pension liabilities. Why is this all important? Because if we have a CalPERS challenge, we don't have to reduce service levels to the residents. We don't have to use layoff scenarios. We can weather pension fluctuations. We also have reserves for the sports center. We don't need to go to the NCIP and ask them to help us fund a dehumidifier. With the funds that we have in the sports center, we are able to weather most, if not all, of the future repairs if we continue funding them. We started a fund for the library. We have a fund for information technology. Tonight, the purchase of the Tyler financial system goes back to over 2 years of starting to save for that. So kudos to the councils from 2018 to today that had the wisdom of creating those reserves and maintaining these reserves. This is smart. This is fiscally prudent, and it is sometimes painful to achieve and to maintain. So with that, I lead over to the introduction of some of the topics that we want to discuss. We followed the lead from the last meeting when we talked about a few items, and I think the next slide up is our Assistant City Manager, who will share with you the six topics that we have identified, and clearly we want to talk about this just with as the mayor and the council suggested about the topic that starts us off. So with that, I hand it over to Ned.
Okay, thank you, Hans. Thank you for the story. And as Hans mentioned, we are focused here today to talk about the fiscal deficit that we currently have based on fiscal year 2026-27. And we know that it's a $10 million deficit for the foreseeable future. And as we discussed at the last city council meeting on Monday last week, the city council directed a target of anywhere between $3 to $4 million in existing NCIP funds to address next year's deficit and next year's deficit only. And that means that we currently are short $6 million for this year and then still have more buckets to fill, the $10 million buckets for future years. But this graphic we wanted to show you because it's also in our agenda report that helps visually describe where we are and where the gap is. And we'll talk through each of those options. We also have here, and I'm going to go to the next slide. That way you can see it, and we won't go into this in detail, but there are other sources of deficit reduction, but we know that they're uncertain because they rely on voter approval. And so the one, and so far the only one that council has identified is the sales tax that will, if placed on the ballot and also if it's passed by voters, would reduce that gap. But we're going to focus a little bit more on this. What are the certain sources of deficit reduction? And again, our target here is $10 million, and we've got a few what we like to call bubbles to talk about. The first one is what council chose to do last week, which is target between 3 to 4 million, and we'll just say $4 million to freeze NCIP projects not yet started out of potential $18 million of projects in the works. The other item that we did talk about very briefly is potential impacts to staff, in particular in terms of layoffs. And the feedback from council, at least from last week, was let's avoid that at all costs if we can. So we won't talk about that, but it's an option and not one that we're looking to pursue. The other one, and we'll talk about this in greater detail, are position freezes and attrition, and that also results in reducing programs. And Hans will go through and talk through some of the examples of positions that we currently have frozen and what that looks like and the impacts to service delivery across the city, whether that's in parks or other areas. Another bubble that we'll be discussing a little bit more. There was some conversation last week about reserves and debate on, do we use reserves? Do we not? What are reserves for? And we can spend some more time, since we have that time this evening, to discuss the pros and cons of using reserves, some of the challenges, what are in each of the reserve categories, and what are reserves used for. And we'll share that information with you all. And then again, we may not have time to get through this at tonight's meeting, but maybe in future meetings. Some of the other items that are part of the index card exercise, the tax measures that are we like to say are maybe uncertain or maybe a little bit more speculative, because we can't count on that yet until we know that voters have approved those measures in June, and that would require voter approval. This is the hoping for the best kind of scenario, but we really are looking for what are the secured sources of funding that will get us to 10 million, not ones that we can only hope we get, and that's the focus for today. And then the sixth item that is truly is a new item that we came up with last week. Here is an option to skip next year's NCIP, and there is that option as well. There were some comments and questions about the challenges with taking and reducing significant amounts of current NCIP projects, because the NCIP projects went through a very long and deep vetting process from the community, from those who proposed projects, those impacts. There's also a recognition of the work that's been done this year, and this option is one that looks at next year's to fix next year's NCIP allocation, potentially to help address the deficit, since we are looking at next year's fiscal year budget. So let's discuss position freezes in a little bit more detail. And we have one slide here that lists the frozen positions, and Hans will walk through each of these.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have right now, the council asked to have some more understanding where we are. We have a variety of positions frozen, with the objective to accomplish about $2.2 million in budget savings. One is the homeless navigator in the police department, a police services assistant in the police department. The deputy fire marshal position is frozen since July. One assistant planner is not hired. Administrative assistant and community development remains vacant. Assistant urban forester is vacant. We have another assistant urban forester on staff, but instead of two, we have only one. There are several positions in parks, ranging from park maintenance crafts worker to park crafts worker, parks maintenance workers vacant. Senior street maintenance worker in streets, a management analyst in parks and recreation is vacant. We backfilled that position with a management analyst in the city manager's office. So we should deserve the credit, but who cares? It's the same fund. We have a custodian vacant. We have one automotive mechanic vacant. And the risk specialist in finance is also vacant. When I spoke about this chilling of positions or freezing of positions to you during the budget cycle in May and June, I explained to you that this will be not a permanent list, but we need to have flexibility in using those positions as we see other positions become available through attrition. We want to add those positions to the list, and sometimes in lieu of taking all the savings, we need to backfill positions. And when you look at the deputy fire marshal position, that's definitely a position we need to fill early next year. And there may be another position, one or the other position that we have to fill because just for many good reasons, we have to be responsive. We have to satisfy service needs. And when I look at the assistant urban forester, and I know we are going right now through the conversation about a new tree ordinance, and I look at the upcoming winter storms, I know also that the workload may increase sharply then, and we need to bring back an assistant urban forester. So I wanted to show the council this list of positions so that you understand where we are using attrition right now. And I hope also with those examples that I shared with you, that you please understand why I ask for the flexibility of moving positions onto the list and off the list as it becomes necessary from our perspective to do just that. And with that, back to Ned.
All right. Next topic. This is the other bubble and whether or not we should use reserves. We discussed a little bit pros and cons of reserve usage, and Rafaela, our finance director, will walk us through the reserve targets and the reserve balances as well.
Thanks, Ned. Okay. Just so we're looking at right now what our target is for each of the different reserve accounts. As you know, the reserve for economic uncertainty, that is a volatile number, is 20% of the general fund operating expenses. So that one is calculated twice a year. So when we do regular budgeting at mid-year, we true it up to where it's always remains at 20%. So it's about 2 million is what we project for the year. Our pension reserve, at the low end at 1 million, we've actually put in a policy that is 1 to 2.5 million dependent, but 1 million is the minimum target. For our conference center reserve, 750,000 to put away for the conference center that Hans was talking about earlier. Sports center reserve is 500,000. Our technology infrastructure reserve, we're targeting 1 million. What we do is try and maintain this account at 3 million. So as we use it to transfer money over to the technology account, we basically kind of replenish it, try to keep it at 3 million at all times. Sometimes that happens, and so that's why our target is now at 1 million. Our city facilities reserve, 250,000. Public safety facility and maintenance is 250, and then the library facility and maintenance reserve is also at 250. So we have a total of 6 million, I'm sorry, that we are targeting to put into reserves each year for the next year. So I'm sure you've seen this chart a few times. So this is basically telling you where we started as of July 1, 2024, the contributions that we made for 2025. Those are revised because in order to balance the budget for this current fiscal year, we reduced some of those contributions. And then also for giving us our ending balance for 6/30/25, beginning balance for this year, and then what our contributions for this fiscal year is. Again, this is where we reduced by 50% all of the contributions except for in the economic uncertainty reserve, which we maintain at 20%. So our ending balance, we also this year, 25/26, we took some of the reserves that we already have in here to kind of use it for some of the projects that we know that were coming up. So for the pension reserve, we actually pay 1.7 is what was our OPEB bill this year. So instead of taking it out of the general fund, we took it out of this pension reserve fund so that we didn't tap the general fund anymore. Then it had to be technology infrastructure, also other projects that we already had in line. So we took some of the things that we, again, that 3.8 million that you see for 25/26 uses, that's us not using the general fund money and not making that deficit higher. So our ending balances for as of 6/30/26, this is where we look at, we talk about the 24 million that we'll have in economic uncertainty again, which is 20% of the general fund operating budget. Conference center will be 3.2 million, sports center 1.9, 5.2 for our pension liability reserve, infrastructure 1.8, city facilities 1.1, and then 500,000 each for our public safety and also our library facilities maintenance reserves.
Excuse me, Raphael, could you say what the balance is on the right-hand column? It's too blurry for me to see it. Total of your.
For 6/30/2026?
Yes, 6/30/2025, total of those balances projected.
38,526,960.
Thank you.
And these are all just the general fund ones. Does not include Thailand's and does not include.
Thank you.
Okay. So we wanted to give you a visual of what this actually looks like. So on the low end, if you see the blue bubble is the 24 million that we have sitting in economic uncertainty reserve account. So we wanted to kind of visually demonstrate. So 3 months worth of expenses. So 20% is basically 2.5 months of our operating expense. So at 3 months, just round it out, there's about 29 million. If something happens, we have less than 3 months worth of operating expenses that are in our economic uncertainty. So just looking at the size of the blue bubble compared to all the other ones, and if something happens, this is on the low end. So 150 million of Wharf 2, if that collapses for damages, 60 million for a fire station. I think there's 3 stations with minor repairs. We've already seen what economic a pandemic will do. So 40 million, when we had the COVID, we lost over 30 million worth of revenue. Our top revenue earner, TOT, was basically just gone. So we've already seen what that looks like. Again, this is more than the 24 million that we have set aside already. We also have 15 million of tunnel emergency repair for small collapses, $2.2 million for a ladder truck, 4 to 8 million for a mudslide, a rock slide, and those kind of smaller damages, but they are costly. And they would eat up the 24 million very soon. And this is the low end. So looking at what this looks like on the higher end, if you notice that those bubbles got really, really bigger. So if you went that Wharf 2 partial collapse, this is what it looks like at 100 million and the tunnel repair at 50 million. So these numbers, they dwarf that $24 million that we have set aside. So when we're thinking about whether or not we need to use or we should use our reserves, these are the ideas that or the pictures that we would like for you to actually keep in mind before making decisions. I'll pass it back to Nat.
All right, and we won't go into this one in detail. We can cover, if you have questions, happy to answer them. But some of the voter-supported taxes that aren't secure and are uncertain at this time. And then this option, Hans will talk a little bit more the benefits of skipping next year's NCIP.
Yes.
After the conversation we had on Monday last week, it was clear to staff that there was a sentiment also expressed of not touching this year's NCIP funds because we are in a process of defining the new projects, and there is also a lot of work being done already by the folks that are proposing the project. Karen Brown just spoke up about the project that she wants to bring forward, and the idea that we developed then based on the conversation we had on Monday was, okay, we respect that opinion, and we also heard a sentiment expressed that, well, next year's NCIP is not being allocated yet, and so our agenda report that is in front of you tonight also is putting this option onto the table to help rescue the city expenses or the city services, to consider to skip next year's NCIP, which is also about $6 million. And I want to just point this out: if we are skipping next year's NCIP, and the NCIP is providing us with $4 million as asked, $3 to $4 million as asked by the council, there will be still, I'm doing the math right now, $19 million left in the NCIP. And I think that's still a very, very good number to be worthy of recognition and understanding that we are sitting around the kitchen table right now, and we have to make the decisions if we want to do things as we always did them, or if we want to make some harder, painful decisions. And so I think that's our last slide. Is that correct, or is there another one? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last slide.
Thank you.
Thank you for the staff presentation. Questions? Please.
Mr. Usler, you listed about 20 jobs in that slide. Maybe bring that slide back up.
There are more jobs because some positions are 2 positions or 3 positions. So, yeah.
Well, that's my question. If we have 40 or 50 unfilled jobs, could we learn what the others are?
So absolutely, but you need to consider that those positions are also in different funds. So if you have an unfilled position in the parking fund, which we have 2 or 3 right now, they don't help you for the general fund. So for the purpose of this conversation tonight, we list all the positions that we are using right now for as frozen, as shield, that have a direct benefit to the general fund. And we can add to that also, I don't know how many positions the police chief has vacant right now, but I would submit to you, we have probably 5 to 8 vacant police officer positions right now that are not on the list because we are not freezing them. So for the purpose of this exercise, we listed all the positions that we have intentionally frozen, that we are not backfilling, and that we used to create budget savings. When you say we have about 50 unfilled positions, these are positions that are spread out through all the different other funds in the city and not necessarily general fund.
But there's 12, maybe 13 on the slide, right?
I don't know. I haven't counted them, but please keep in mind we have park maintenance worker vacant. These are at least 2 park maintenance worker. You don't see them on the list there as you see just 1 park maintenance crafts worker, but there are 2 park maintenance worker also on the list. So you don't see that, unfortunately.
Well, I'd like to see.
Yeah.
It was portrayed to us that we could save $3 million with the reduction of 15 to 20 positions. And it seemed more closer to 20. So I'm trying to understand where those 20 are, and where there might be more of the 40 or 50. This just seems incomplete.
Yeah.
So.
Can I?
Yeah, maybe Ned can explain this.
And I'd be happy to share the detailed spreadsheet, just that way you can see and we can discuss here. Let me do my best here to share screen on this spreadsheet. So the spreadsheet shows every position and the fund, the detailed accounts, the salary savings and the account. As Hans mentioned, as we look at park maintenance worker, for example, you have a parks maintenance worker here, and it is a combination of different funds. It's split between general fund as well as Alvarado Street Maintenance District and others. In total of all these positions, and there are a total of 16 positions listed here, the total dollar amount, the value on those positions is $2.1 million. But what might be helpful to know is that some of these come out of parking. There's one position out of parking, one out of vehicle maintenance, and then we also have liability and property insurance, which does about 80% of those are general fund generated. And then where we came with the $3 million range, and that's where the index card comes in, is when our finance director mentioned last week on Monday, if we look at retirements and people leaving and don't fill those positions, but we don't know what those positions are, it could potentially add up to $1 million, but that's a very generous number. That's assuming someone leaves and we don't fill that position.
Could I just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful for staff to provide us something that we can actually rely upon to get to the 10 million or the 6 million, whatever the number is that we're looking at. It's hard to say how much of this we can actually include to address the $10 million deficit if we don't have the numbers in front of us. It just feels a little bit squishy. So I echo Councilmember Rash's comments, concerns. She actually got to one of my main questions here. So I'm not sure if we can do that tonight or if that might need to be something that comes back. But I think part of what we're trying to do is figure out what are the levers that we have in front of us? What are the realistic numbers that we can rely upon? It doesn't sound like the 3.1 or 3.2 million.
So, Mayor, allow me to explain this. What we are tracking right now is about $2.2 million of savings for the current fiscal year. That's the list you're looking at right now. That's the current fiscal year. In order to get to $3 million, we need more positions between now and July 1st next year to put on the attrition list. So we cannot magically create a list right now that goes to $3 million starting with July 1st.
I understand all that. I think you're describing the point that I'm making. We're trying to do an exercise of figuring out how do we get to 10 million.
Right.
The million of 3.2 is squishy at best. The 2.2 is squishy too. You're identifying positions that are on that freeze list that we need to potentially take off to fill. So I don't know what number we can even rely upon as it relates to this card. So I think having some clarity on that would be helpful.
If I may try to explain one more time, because maybe we are not communicating right now. So the $2.2 million we're trying to get is part of this year's budget. We need to keep those positions vacant to balance our 24-25 budget. That's why we are looking at every single budget positions or every single of those positions on a 4-week basis to make sure that we are delivering salary savings at the end of next fiscal year. So if we want to go to $3 million for fiscal year 26-27, what I shared with you also is that you can count on us that those positions have to be eliminated because we cannot balance a structural deficit by just writing attrition. We have to look then at vacant positions, shovel them all around, and have to come up also with something that we discussed for fiscal year 26-27 as $3 million. So I hope I don't know if I answered your question exactly, but we are talking right now about 25, 26, the 25, 26. The $2.2 million is part of what we want to accomplish as savings by the end of June 30th, 2026. If we talk about the 3 million, we are talking about fiscal year 26, 27, and that requires additional positions.
I think when I look at the card and when we look at the spreadsheet, that's identified on the spreadsheet as immediate. So theoretically, how I interpret it is the current frozen positions, they could technically still be maintained frozen. You're right, it doesn't address the long-term structural piece, but it could, we could keep them frozen for next fiscal year for all intensive purposes to get to the 2.2 for next year's $10 million.
Or 3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So can I ask a question to dovetail on that? Again, to restate, if we stay the course for this fiscal year, June 30, with those vacancies, we estimate from finance that we have salary savings that will be available to carry over at about 2 million because they're vacant now.
No, we expect that we are using the frozen positions right now to provide a current balanced budget. So we are anticipating to have the $2.2 million that we have in savings at the end of June 30th to reach our target of the projected ending balance for the current fiscal year 24-25. So this is not the salary savings that we use as slingshot to get into budget year 26-27. This is one of the tools that we use to have the current budget balanced.
So now I'm really confused. So what is on the card for balancing for next year?
Exactly. So that's on for the next fiscal year where we will continue to use attrition to come up
Attrition.
to come up with a target that is described on that card, which I believe was $3 million.
Yeah.
3.1.
So attrition.
Yeah.
On top of the already
Yes.
eliminated.
Let's just say the already frozen positions we have, you need another $1 million to get to 3.1. And again, the system allows us right now to have flexibility. And that's when I speak about the deputy fire marshal, that we bring this position on board, but we have to some offsetting attrition to balance it out to come to 2.2 million. When we go into 3.1, remember what I shared with the council at that time as well, we have to look at all departments, including public safety. So it is not a simple system in place, and what makes it harder is also that we have just the general fund to play with, and all the other special funds that are out there. You cannot use a parking maintenance worker and allocate him or her towards parking fund if this person doesn't really contribute to the parking fund. So you cannot do those budgetary shenanigans, shall I say.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? I just want to make sure I understood, make sure I understand correctly what I thought you said.
Mm-hmm.
So the positions that are currently frozen in this fiscal year's budget, if we keep those frozen into next fiscal year, that doesn't do anything towards addressing the 10 million.
It does something to the next year, because it will bring you, if you continue to freeze the same positions for the next fiscal year, it brings you again the same amount of salary savings.
Which is 2.2.
Which is right now 2.2.
So you'd be up to 8.
Back on the table. I'm with you.
Okay. All right. So now we have 2.2. So now
it's not easy.
Can we pull the positions back up again? You had identified, I think, 2 of the positions that you felt we needed to fill at some point relatively soon, including the fire marshal, and I can't remember what the other one was.
Urban assistant city forester.
Okay. So if we were to take the cost of those 2 positions out, what are we down now from 2.2, more or less? 1.9?
You're at 1.8,
1.8.
1.8 million.
Okay. Okay.
But recognizing that, and maybe we should take out the parking fund position because that's in the storm drain maintenance positions. Some of these are not general fund. So if we can focus on general fund, that would be ideal. We can keep vehicle maintenance and liability property because that's mostly general fund funded, but we're really at 1.516 right now for general fund.
Okay.
Positions.
So for the purposes of this exercise that the council is about to engage in, could we say that if we kept all the positions that you feel like we're good to keep frozen into the next fiscal year, we're probably at somewhere around 1.5 that we can rely upon for our math? No. Okay.
So again, we are committed to bring in $2.2 million in salary savings out of the chilled position exercise because it's part of balancing the this year's budget. So yes, while we are backfilling the deputy fire marshal,
freeze another position.
Say we will freeze other positions as they become available.
So you're saying 2.2 is on the table for math.
2.2 remains on the table. And again, this is a flexible list. This is a list that changes as people are attriting and as we have an opportunity to figure out that whether we use that position or not as part of attrition. There are positions that like the management analyst, we had no idea that a management analyst was going to leave us for another city. And we jumped on that opportunity to then put the management analyst from the city manager's office into the Parks and Recreation office, backfilled that position. So they had no loss. We have that loss, but we also have corresponding salary savings of one management analyst. So Mayor and Council, this is a flexible list. We are not freezing it as frozen because the fire chief would be completely unhappy if he cannot have a deputy fire marshal at one time. The police chief will not be happy if we freeze police officers or if we freeze a PST, public police services technician, especially if that is a female and he needs females to staff also the jail if we have females in there. So this is a very flexible list, but I tell you, some of those items will remain frozen. For instance, in the park maintenance area, we will not have park maintenance worker hired as we should, and that will result in less maintenance in parks and less nicely aesthetically looking parks. So we are using those opportunities as they become available, and we have to save $2.2 million during this fiscal year. This is the list to allow you to look into our cards, what we are doing right now for this current fiscal year. And yes, Mayor, that list can more or less, as it is looking right now, carried into the next fiscal year with additional positions to get to $3.1 million.
So would a typical attrition rate or retirement or resignation be around $1 million every 6 months? I mean, is that typical?
So let me answer differently because I don't know the answer to that. It is, we have about a rate of, 12.5% of turnover annually.
Okay.
So that gives you an idea, but it's not that every 6 months we have $1 million, right?
So real quick, I want to hang on to this. So an option for us is to say 2.2 for frozen positions for next year's budget. I just want to make sure okay.
Yes, but also remember you had a card where we said we can go up to $3.1 million.
Right, but we can't, is staff comfortable with relying on that? Because I thought that,
yes.
What if those are what if those are people that say they were going to retire, but then they choose not to retire, or those are a position that's are critical to fill. Do we feel comfortable in saying 3.1 as part of the math to get to the 10 million?
Yes, and it will hurt because you will see those positions also frozen in the police department. And this may be officers, because if you want to get to 3.1 and we're not getting to 3.1, we have to look across all departments. And I know he's looking mad at me.
He actually did.
I know. Yeah, I know. Why did you say this, Hans? But
The word in German.
and yes, Mayor. And of course, we understand what the priority of the community and the council is. It is not necessarily to cut back on public safety, because you have a lot of folks who will not be happy about that. But we will have other opportunities, but they all come at a price. If we are not backfilling a principal planner, because that's a position that might be available. I'm just speculating here. No principal planner should leave, but we will jump on that. That comes with less productivity in community development. So we can keep the positions, or we can keep the number of positions to reach $3.1 million. That can be done.
I think I need to let this idea go for now, because I'm spinning on it and I'm still not quite clear. Dr. Barber had her hand up.
Yeah, go for her.
Dean, were you done with your?
Well, I'm not done, but it would segue to a different topic, and maybe we should stay on this one.
Well, let's allow you to finish your questions, and then we can jump to the next council member.
So if we skip a NCIP cycle, where do you project that we would get the defueling money that's at the top of the NCIP list every year and is scheduled to be $2 million next year? So where do we get that?
From the NCIP. You have $19 million in projects there. Theoretically, you can defund projects for $2 million to set a new priority for greenbelt fuel reduction. It's not a good answer, I understand, but that's where the money is sitting.
But if you're taking the 6 million that's allocated for next year, there's no allocation and there's no new project on the table.
That's correct. But you, as the council, have the authority to defund projects that have not been started, equivalent up to $2 million for greenbelt fuel reduction.
So you're cutting out the NCIP process and you're just going right to the council.
No, I'm not, because Councilmember Rash, you have, as the council, approved those projects, and they are totally within the authority of the council to defund. You can elect, like councils do, to go back to the NCIP and say, hey, we need 2 million for greenbelt fuel reduction, give us more projects. But the budget authority lies entirely with you, not with the NCIP.
I get it. The good reminder that it lies with council. I'm not clear on the process. It's 2 million that's anticipated for the upcoming NCIP fiscal year. They haven't looked at anything yet, but historically, the number one item, which often gets 100% votes from 15 communities, is the fuel reduction. So walk me through how we would circumvent that.
It's why I work with your scenario. If we would use the $6 million of next year's NCIP budget cycle that has not been touched yet, there are no projects decided. If we use those to put into the general fund for fiscal year 26-27, those $6 million are gone. Right now, the NCIP has $23 million in the bank. if we get the $3 to $4 million from the NCIP that they are tasked by the city council to find in projects. 23 minus 4 is $19 million. Of those $19 million, right now we have about $8 million of projects under construction or in progress or have started. 19 minus 8 is $11 million. So there are $11 million in other projects that we have not started, that the NCIP has proposed and the council has approved. And of those $11 million, the city council could elect to pick projects or ask the NCIP again for $2 million of projects to reshuffle those back into the Greenbelt fuel reduction. That leaves the NCIP with $9 million in projects not allocated and $8 million in ongoing projects.
So in essence, we would, in a way, be the NCIP, really. We would take over that role for a year. Because and there's other areas that are urgent. I mean, the perception to the community should not be that this is extra available money. It's not. It's anticipated for essential items like defueling and ADA requirements and projects that are essential. One thing that's essential is to redesignate contingency funds. We have the fire stations allocated at 2.15 million, 2.25 million. Everybody was happy with it. They needed 900,000 more, and they got it through 700,000 in the NCIP contingency and 200 on the balance, extra balance. So 900,000 came back into the fire station. Nobody has a problem with that. That's where it should go. But now we have 69,000 in contingency fees in NCIP. We need to put another $1 million back into that contingency fee for when the firefighters need more in station 12 or 13. Or we need emergency repairs to the police station and NCIP funds it. So it's not like this is money that's floating around able to be tapped. That's the problem I have with all of this. So I want to see the contingency fund of $1 million. I want to see defueling of $2 million. I'm done, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman, Dr. Barber.
Yes, so a lot of what questions I had have been answered as I was waiting, but just so that I can get a better understanding, I want to just clarify. So if my understanding is correct, the 2.2 million is the possibility for the frozen and attrition of positions. And then according to the bubble that you have, the 3.375 million for sales tax, if passed, which would be effective on October 1st, 2026. And then the 3 to 4 million, let's say the 4 million that we requested for NCIP to find in projects that were not started. That would leave us at 425,000 needed for 26-27 fiscal year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and with that, would renewing measure G, I know that I noticed that it was in the direct strategies category. Would that lessen some of the need that we would have for that particular fiscal year, as well as some of the ongoing structural deficit?
Yes, absolutely, because it would add over $3 million, hopefully, to the general fund if the voter approve it.
Wait, I'm confused. Can I just clarify that? Can I clarify that? Because Measure G is already baked into our revenue, so
right.
That's why it's on the indirect cards. It wouldn't add to the. It wouldn't add.
It's under direct strategies on in what I have before me, in what we have, for the proposals for direct strategies, it says renew measure G, continue 6 million in annual revenue. So that's why I'm just trying to get clarification.
I would need to look at the agenda report. If that's what it says in the agenda report, that is a typo because the cards that we presented, we have Measure G is an extension of the existing sales tax and would be an indirect strategy. I see here where it is a typo. Measure G renewal is an indirect strategy, not a direct strategy, as you see here on page.
Okay, that's what I need clarification, because I was getting two conflicting information and I needed to get that clarified so I could be able to finish the process.
Dr. Robert, no, that is a typo. Measure G is a indirect strategy that we hope to renew.
Okay, so that's clarified. So, but the other part of what, Hans, that you answered after the other pieces of attrition and frozen sales tax, if passed, and NCIP piece that we already have since Monday's meeting, it would still just be the 425,000 for fiscal year 26-27, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask a clarifying question on her math, though? My understanding from the presentation and from the discussion last week is that we can't at this point rely upon the sales tax initiatives that haven't even passed the council, that haven't been voted on by the voters at this point. Is
Correct.
that
Yes?
okay?
Yes. So it
Right, I said if passed.
passed. Yes. Yes.
Okay, please.
All good stuff. I want to go back to a point we talked about, salary savings, and I understand the number we're talking about in salary savings is really a future number because we balanced our current budget knowing that we had positions that were not filled. When do you know, as the finance director, as we close in on the end of the year of June 30, 2026, the end out of the fiscal?
Is your mic on, Ed?
It is. I'll talk into it. So when do you know or anticipate that you would know carryover balances at the end of the 25-26 budget? So it's a question of, do you get an opportunity to sort of calculate what's remaining, what's left? Does that happen early part of February, or is it like a later time when you say, okay, we did good, we actually have a carryover anticipated budget of $3 million? So when do you know that?
What we do is during the whole budget process, so March, April is when we're taking all the numbers and we're looking at, where our expenditures are currently year to date. And we're anticipating there's things that we already know that there's an X percentage of salary savings that's going to be there, that we already know that. And we're looking at where are we landing at this point for expenses. This current year, like we stopped spending. So we instructed staff to, like, normally you'll spend until June 30. We basically said in the middle of April, stop spending, unless it's, essential things that has to be done, your contracts that has to be done. So all the excess that you haven't spent. So we looked at that percentage of expenditures to say, okay, we're going to rely on this as a carryover as part to kind of help balance the budget for the next year. So it's a process. During our audit process, which we're going through now, is when we kind of true up what that number actually looks like. So we're pretty clear on where we landed, but the number that we landed on is because of all the measures that we took in order to balance the budget. So looking at the number now, so things like we took out restructured some of the obligations that we had, we moved it to different funds. So those things, we're looking at that, and we are landed basically exactly where we thought we were going to be, because we're actually looking at everything very closely. So during the budget process, we have a really decent picture. Before we come back, when we get to your April study session, we pretty much have a solid idea where we're going to hit. And if it looks kind of bad, that's when we start making moves to change it, to kind of make it mesh the way that we need it to.
So that sort of leads into what my question was going to be, because I'm very familiar with early notices that say, unless it's absolutely statutorily required, there's no travel. There's a reduction in expenditures by all departments unless it's been approved, already gone out to budget, already a project that's in the works. We're not starting anything new, and we're trying to save as much of the general fund as we can. So I'm very familiar with that process.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to hear that it's already started. And you're saying that it actually started this year and started, was it April, you said?
Yeah, about the middle of April. It's a process that we do every year as going through the budget. We kind of look at where we're at. This year is, and we usually stop spending around the end of May. This year we did it earlier, a few weeks earlier, because we knew we needed to balance the budget. So
I'm looking at the next year budget cycle because we know it's going to start July 1. And if there are some other things that we should be talking about in terms of making those internal policies, that we would say, we do this now instead of waiting until April. We're now broadcasting that we need to have some urgency policies that are restricting expenditures for this remaining year, so that we actually push to have some carryover savings. But your carryover savings, you believe, will be sometime maybe at mid-year or February for this year's budget?
For this year's budget, we've already calculated that and applied it in this year's budget to balance. But you're talking about the carryover,
not salary savings. I'm talking about at the end of the year in June.
Regular expenditures
that we have carryover that you saved.
We're looking at April.
They returned from their budgets back to finance.
We're looking at April.
You're looking at April that we would know.
Yes, have a very good idea.
Okay. That's helpful to understand. I don't want to belabor it. It's already getting late, so I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Just a quick question, just to make sure I'm following. So what we're talking about here is salary savings, 2.2. We're talking about what NCIP has been tasked for 4 million. And then possibly next year's NCIP cycle, whatever that number is. Those are the three figures we're talking about.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's take it out to public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber, I just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. If you'd like to remain seated, feel free to do so. I will ask for hands after the folks that are standing up get in line.
Yeah, that's it. It's the current year budget.
All right, is there anybody that's still sitting that would like to speak for public comment? So I count 9 folks, the 9 folks that are standing. Anybody else that wants to speak in the chamber? Okay, so we're going to cut off to those 9. I'll do a countdown for Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 6 on Zoom. Go ahead and give 3 minutes, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Rick Hoyer, representing Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. I think Hans said it correctly. You have a spending problem, not a revenue problem. But I'm going to take a very different tack to showing you where that problem is. In 2024, 62.3% of your employees had a pay package in 6 figures. I know of no private sector entity that has 62% of their employees in six figures. To make matters worse, that's a 34% increase since 2022. In 2 years, it's gone up 34%, and you've had financial issues the whole time. You definitely have a spending problem. And it's worse than any other city around you. The closest one to you is Salinas at 60%, but Carmel's only 40% of their employees making six figures. So it's something is out of whack. It's not necessarily people. It's also what we're paying the people potentially as compared to, in particular, private sector. You need to start rethinking and relooking at how you do business. You also, in 2020, you did 2 tax increases that were to solve this problem. That's what the public was told. We're right back here years later. Now, a lot of that went into reserves, but still, it was to solve the problem. You haven't solved the problem. Until you address your spending problem, you're going to have a hard time getting the public to give you new revenue. Also, you didn't want to necessarily cover in the sales tax potential because it's not necessarily voted on. Unless I missed something, you all haven't declared a financial emergency and had a 4/5 vote to take NCIP formally. And it's kind of hard to say you have a financial emergency when you're going to put 6 million more into reserves in the same year you have a financial emergency. That's new money in reserves. That would solve your problem right now. Now, still keep what you have in there. Look at adding it back as you start dealing, but it buys you time without taking it from NCIP. NCIP fixes a lot of other issues, and you're looking at it as a piggy bank instead of addressing the issue of cutting your costs. And that may mean layoffs, and maybe you need to say to staff, you need to save $4 million in salaries. Somewhere. You figure out how, tell you how you're going to do it. And they'll come back and give you the options. But the route you're going right now is ludicrous. You're talking about freezing, not freezing. You got to decide what you're going to pay people moving forward, and you got to cut your budget substantially, permanently, because otherwise you're going to be right back here in a year or 2 years asking to go out for more taxes. Good luck getting it this time. And unless you address some of these things, I can guarantee you one thing. We will be actively opposing any tax increase. Actively. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and council members. I understand the deficit the city faces and appreciate the efforts of council and city staff to work towards solutions. As noted previously, I believe strongly that the NCIP program should remain funded. These are projects that benefit all city neighborhoods. I would like to thank the NCIP representatives for the thoughtful considerations they needed to address $4 million in defunded or frozen projects. I'm hopeful the city places the sales tax measure on the ballot, renews measures G, P, and S, and adds an admissions tax. I am totally opposed to selling any city property. Once it is gone, it is gone. 3 votes on the council should not be able to sell property that belongs to all Monterey residents. I also feel that until the city can balance the budget and with no staff reductions, that savings could be found in the salaries of frozen positions. Although I believe that a new public safety facility is needed, I am, however, opposed to any bond measures. Residents have recently seen our property taxes increase, much of this due to local taxpayers being on the hook for 3 separate MPUSD school bonds. If Mayor Williamson knew that the city of Monterey was anticipating a public safety bond and had really wanted to rally public support, perhaps he should have held off signing the argument in favor of last year's school bond so voters would have more of an appetite to support a city bond. I realize the city's reticence to go into the reserve funds. However, the agenda states that reserve levels are a dominant factor in determining bond ratings. Hence, the city's goal in making these reserve funds sacrosanct is obvious. The reserve funds total close to $43 million. If the council is going to declare fiscal emergency and appropriate $4 million in NCIP funds, then it seems equitable that a 10% reduction in reserves or $4.3 million could be used for the current fiscal deficit until other options can be developed and approved by voters to address the city's fiscal solvency into the future. Thank you for your time and careful consideration of the options.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Martine Watkins, and I'm here on behalf of the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I want to thank you for your service as you navigate this difficult fiscal moment. We recognize the weight of your decision and appreciate your leadership. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is a nonprofit public trust institution with a mission to inspire conservation of the ocean. For more than 40 years, we've partnered with the city to strengthen the local economy, attract tourism, support jobs, and provide world-class education for residents and visitors alike. Recently, our executive director, Julie Packard, met with the city leadership and reaffirmed our commitment to a respectful, solutions-focused partnership that benefits the broader community. We want to continue building on that strong foundation of partnership. At the same time, an emissions tax presents significant challenges to our mission, our longstanding relationships with the city. As a nonprofit, every emission directly supports the aquarium's mission and public benefit work, not private profit. An emissions tax misrepresents our public service educational mission, adds financial pressure to an organization that reinvests revenue into public benefit, and risks weakening our 4-decade partnership that has helped define Monterey's global presence and leadership in ocean stewardship. We're so proud of our shared history and commitment to continuing that legacy. And we are open to future conversations, especially around supporting shared priorities like local coastal resilience. But to move forward constructively, we respectfully urge the council to take the emissions tax off the table so that we can focus on areas of true alignment that best serve the public good and the city of Monterey. I thank you again for your leadership and for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Well, I was going to have a prepared speech, but I'm going to ad-lib it because of what's been said here. I've got to just go with the flow. So, Matt, if you could put that up, they can't read it all. First, I appreciate the introduction by the mayor. I think what we're looking at for next year is what was termed by one of you as a bridge year. We're trying to bridge through next year until we see what revenue sources come online, or if they come online, and what effect those will have. So the first thing I'd like to say that given that, then what does to use Hans's analogy, the household analogy, what do you do if you've got a problem in your budget and you need to put a roof on the house, but you know your income will backfill that? You take out a loan. So why doesn't the city borrow the money from the NIP or borrow the money from some other fund to get you through next year until you see where the revenue is coming in, and then you can repay those loans over time as that revenue source comes on. Nat made a statement about that it was easier to defund the existing projects. I personally don't agree with that, because you had stated that it's easier to look into the future, or it's worse to look at the current year that we're working on because there's so much time that's been put into it. Well, all those projects that are on the books had a lot of time too put into them. They went through the same exact process. Plus, they went through you in a hearing. So why would you want to defund an existing project? Now, let me turn your attention to the charter, and I've bolded some of the type there. First of all, to take the NIP funds, you have to prove that you need the money because there are insufficient funds to provide for the ordinary necessary services. That's a high bar to come up to. This is not just a piggy bank that you can put your fingers into. It's much like your emergency rainy day funds. You've got to make those findings. We haven't heard that yet. And I haven't seen a really clear linear enunciation of why those monies are needed. I'm convinced that staff can come up with those numbers. I can empathize with it. I see that it's necessary, but I haven't seen it in writing yet. I think that skipping next year's NIP might be preferable, but in the end, don't tell the NIP how to do their work. Give them the option. I think you made a mistake at the last meeting by telling, we want you to go through the old project and come up with this amount, instead of saying, we want you to come up with this amount and you tell us how you'd rather see it arrived at. Do you want to defund old projects? Do you want to not fund projects from the list you're currently on? Give them the latitude. I don't have the time to finish all my other ones, but I think the bottom line is you need to make findings that these monies are needed.
And it needs to come from the next fiscal year. It's to be appropriated. I disagree with Hans. You can't take money out of the old ones because those have already been appropriated. So the charter is very clear on that. I don't think that to be is accidental. I think the scriveners of this meant to be the future budget. So the one they're currently working on is great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm sorry, I've got a voice problem. So I'd like to agree with the prior speaker, but I'd also like to take a different look at it. So what we're doing with the NCIP, it seems, with the last few years, that's the NCIP has been managing with some of the deficits, is that we approve projects. We put them in a pile that's way too large. We have no capacity to fulfill that. And then we get worried about how big the balance is. I hear $20 million now. And then we think, well, let's just get rid of it then. There's something really wrong with that thinking. And I think it is structural. We're dealing with all these little process things. Well, if we do this or that, there's a structural problem with the NCIP. More money is coming in than we have the ability to spend. The projects are all good. They're not like a swimming pool when you can't feed your children. That's really not the right analogy. These are structured to be community enhancement for disabilities, for children, for the elderly. And so we have more money coming in to do that than we have resource to put out. I understand the city does not have the capacity to increase that resource. So my suggestion is that we really think about that and take that back to the community and say, look, 1977 or whenever it was created, I wasn't here then, we thought 16% was great. That's a lot of money right now. Why don't we look at what a reasonable percentage of the TOT is that we can actually do and get done and not be in this position to irritate and really annoy our public by saying, well, we're going to pull that back now. We just don't have the money. It's been sitting there for 4 years or 2 years or however many, but we just don't have the money. We've got to spend it somewhere else. And then go out and petition for another set of projects that we know we're not going to have the money to fund. There's something really wrong with that. It's structural. You need to deal with the structural problem and not continue to do this kind of funny work with the people who spend so much time and energy creating what they believe is real community stuff. It's not frills. That's real community stuff. Thank you. I guess I don't need my full time.
Mayor, City Council, Pat Benza. I've spoken up many times about the number of projects on the NCIP list and how deceitful it has been for years to tell residents that they can submit projects to NCIP and if funded, they will see the project completed. Rather, projects are funded and some are on the list for over 10 years. Then the pandemic comes along and the list is scrubbed. I understand that there was legal reasons for that because of the city's funding emergency. I am concerned that the word freeze is being used this time because taking the money is not legal this time around. If it is frozen, what is the date of the melt? When are we going to get it back? Is the word freeze just being used to deceive the NCIP committee and the residents, and that money is never coming back? Clawing back projects that have already been funded is wrong. Residents are told how NCIP works. They, in good faith, submitted projects. The NCIP committee, in good faith, do the job to work the projects and get the best ones funded. Should more projects be added to the long list? Absolutely not. From what I understand, the NCIP contingency fund is down to nothing, maybe because of the expenses of the firehouse and other projects. But a contingency is needed because the projects always cost far more than the original estimates. If the city can't get the projects off the list faster than one a month, then NCIP is highly funded, too highly funded. Thinking in the long term and lowering the TOT contribution to NCIP from 16% maybe down to 12 or 14, whatever it would take to get it to a more to a level that could be spent each year and not put onto a list that sits there for 10 years would make far more sense, and the general fund would get a little more money back too. So lower the number of projects that would be approved, but at least those projects would have a chance of getting completed. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. Our city manager did amazing with his opening comments tonight, and they really went into detail about what my public comments had been. This is a household, and we need to look at our expenses first and then figure out how we're going to increase revenue, if it needs to be increased. One of the unspoken facts that still wanders in my mind is what is the amount of the compounding interest on our reserve accounts and also on the NCIP fund. There are millions, tens of millions, that's a lot of zeros, sitting out there earning compounding interest. And how does that get allocated back into our budget? And can any of that unallocated or unspoken compounding interest be used to cure some of these deficiencies? That's my question, and I'd love to see that answered if at some point it can be given. Thank you.
Good evening, council, staff. A number keeps getting thrown around, 23 million, 19 million of projects that we have in process that we could defund. There's only 8.5 million that haven't been started. There's activity going on those, the rest of that balance. So the 4 million that we've been asked for is about 50% of the projects that haven't started yet. If you want us to go take projects, we could take Station 12. I don't think we want to do that. One of the things that we are focusing the committee on this year is big ticket, ready to build, shovel ready, make it happen. Station 13, $400,000 more is needed. We want this cycle so we can get those things done. We also are looking to help Public Works with the ADA requirements. And of course, we always support forestry. So trying to find 8.5 to 10 million out of only 8.5 million of projects that haven't been started yet, and the staff is working on those projects currently, the numbers aren't as big as they seem. There's a number of projects that are committed, that are in process, that are important for the city to have. We are the stopgap that helps fill in what doesn't get done in the city, and we have done that the whole time. This is a program that's existed since 1985. I think to a certain extent, you're looking at the glass as half empty when it's 84% of the revenue that's collected from the TOT goes into the general fund. I think without that 2%, you probably wouldn't have had a TOT. So I think you need to look at the glass as 84% full rather than saying, I need more. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Demetrius Castros. I'm a resident and former employee of the city of Monterey. I worked for the fire department for 26 years. And I can assure you that the fire department now is running the same staffing that they were running when I came to work in 1976 with 10 times the calls. I recently had the opportunity to witness a fire crew in action saving the life of my neighbor and friend across the street. And people say, why did the fire department go to medical emergencies? They go because they happen 5,000 times a year.
And you need those 3 people on that engine. If you go to the ER, you don't have one doctor treating you, you have a staff treating you. So the fire department is working. The police department is, the chief is doing an outstanding job trying to recruit officers, but all police departments are having trouble doing that. So everything that police is doing is what they have to do to maintain their level of service that we've enjoyed for a long time. NIP, and I want to thank Gene for bringing this up. NIP is not just some money floating around out there. It's improving fire stations, the police department, sidewalks, drainage, eliminating the fire hazard we have in Skyline Forest. And that's not just, a mythical thing. We had a major fire in Pebble Beach that threatened the city of Monterey. I was in that fire. Trust me, we're doing a lot and we need to keep doing it. With all due respect to the representative from the aquarium, a ticket to the aquarium for one day for an adult is about $65. I really don't think adding $1 to that is really going to affect what the aquarium does, but it is going to help a lot in this city meeting their goals of reducing our spending and relying on taxes and things like that. I think that admissions tax is something we really should consider. That $1 on a 65, I don't think raising it to $66 is really going to make thousands of people not come to the aquarium. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think what we need to do is we need to look at that original list that was presented by staff. I'm not hearing that discussed very much. There were some 20 different items on that list about revenue and savings and things that we could do. I think we need to bring that all into it. And we need to look at this a little bit longer term, because as it is a fixed structural deficit, we need to look at how are we going to continue to do that. Was brought up. If we just, let's bring another tax in. We did that. How many taxes have we brought in? There's 9 additional things on my property tax bill, school districts and everybody, every time, let's just bring in another tax. Maybe once we've done everything possible to bring our spending under control, because that's a real problem. Thanks very much.
Okay, let's go to our callers on Zoom, please.
First one is our NCIP chair, Chinyere.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So I did want to just respond to some of the comments made about NCIP. And I believe the connotation of saying that there's a structural problem with NCIP is that there's a problem with the committee. And I think NCIP does not operate in a vacuum. NCIP works closely, the committee works closely with the staff. So if there's a problem with the NCIP committee or the program, there's a problem with the staff as well. I also want to note that we already have been making changes and working more collaboratively with staff. I think our relationship has definitely improved. We are already started the process prior to there being a discussion about the budget of reviewing previously approved projects, identifying reasons why these projects cannot move forward, challenges, working with staff, working with residents and the submitter to get their input on the projects and whether these projects can or cannot be done. We have already recommended some closing out of a few projects as well. So that is a process that we are starting and hope to continue. And in doing that process, it does take time. We're right now being tasked with the current cycle and then now also reviewing past projects and trying to come up with 3 or 4 million to freeze or to defund. This is a lot of work that's supposed to happen in a very short period of time. So I don't think there's necessarily an understanding of the process of NCIP and the time it takes to make sure that we are a community participatory process and not just making decisions on our own. I also think, we elect council members to make hard decisions, and it does feel like there is an unwillingness to make those hard decisions. I would like to see more of an in-depth review of the city spending, what spending can be reduced, what can be considered non-essential, and that could mean a reduction of services, a reduction of programs, a reduction of events that the city sponsors. I think if you are asking NCIP to go back and look for projects that were previously approved to be defunded, then you should also be willing to consider matching those funds with the reserve. It looks like 3.8 million were of the reserve money was used in the 25 to 26 cycle to avoid taking from the general fund. So it's something that the city has done before. It doesn't really make sense to have that graph showing the comparisons of natural disasters and other events with what we have in the reserve currently when you've already taken money from the reserve. And what is proposed is actually going to be less than what was taken in 25, 26. So the proposal was about 3 to 4 million. Thank you.
Next speaker is DJ. Sorry, I clicked on a different person. It's Greg. Greg, please go ahead and we'll do DJ next. Greg, you'll need to click unmute in order to speak.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the spending goes, somebody was talking about the six-figure incomes, and they're not just six-figure incomes. There are many incomes that are in the $590,000 range for total compensation. Average in departments is our $300,000 to $400,000 range. And they're running at anywhere between 50 to 115% higher than the average in the state for similar cities. Let's see what else. Our city ranks 97th highest in the state as far as paying how much we pay our employees. Salinas ranks 127th. Sacramento ranks 162nd. Santa Cruz ranks 143rd. These cities are anywhere from 2 to 30 times bigger than Monterey. Monterey has a population of 30,000 people. As far as the reserves go, the last person talked about the 3.8 million that was already used to bring this year's budget into balance. So if you're willing to use it for that, why wouldn't you be willing to use it for the next year and the year after that? It's emergency spending reserves, and this is an emergency because we have consistent overspending for the next 3 years so far. And we're going to have to get that under control. So my deal is you should spend the reserves to get through it. And in the meantime, you can figure out what you're going to do to balance the budget and bring it all back into proportion. The NCIP, their last 3 years, we've had 105 projects put on or approved for an amount of $22 million. There's 86 projects on the books now for $17 million. So we get about $4 million a year with a 16%, $4 to $5 million a year. If you take 10 million for the next 2 years, what is to say we ever stop? You're going to keep taking it. That's like the man that was talking about all the good things that they do with NCIP money that go towards doing things that the city should already be doing. It's not money that's being frivolously spent on like swimming pools and stuff like that. It's being spent to fix firehouses and things like that that the city should already be able to do within their budget. And the two main things with a city is they need to provide safety and infrastructure. And if you can't do that, you shouldn't be doing anything else.
Thank you. Now we'll take your comments, DJ.
Good evening. There was a city council meeting a few months ago where the budget presentation included all the projects the city wanted done and funded by NCIP. What stood out for me was that many of those projects were not necessary for when one is tightening their belt. Before those NCIP funds are used for those projects, they need more scrutiny. Examples: opening a new community center while the Kona Center remains closed, remodeling restrooms that in the presentation just look like they needed maintenance. Yes, fix a retaining wall, but don't make it more expensive by using NCIP money for making it an art project. Maybe you don't need $4 million. Regarding taking a 1-year break for NCIP, let me give you a visual example. Imagine you are at the Kona Neighborhood Park. You are thirsty and you go up to get a drink from the water fountain. You get to the fountain and you see 2 large dogs lapping water directly on the metal faucets on which the water comes out. It's gross and a public health hazard. What would you do? Well, I submitted a project for a new fountain with a dog fountain. It's a simple project, simple solution, but with the city's potential plan, it will not come to fruition and the health hazard will continue. That's just gross. My bottom line is any NCIP funds used should be at a minimum matched by reserve funds. Neither should have to be touched, but until the expenditure belt is tightened more, that seems to be a fair compromise for taking money that was never intended for the city's main budget. Last but not least, I believe there has been a misinterpretation about what the voters intended when they approved the charter amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a telephone caller. You can go ahead and unmute.
This is Nina Beatty. These deficits weren't a surprise. City administration knew a structural and budget deficit existed, but it got thrown into our laps as an emergency when a process should have begun last year or even early this year instead of just a few weeks ago. While the city continued to spend money it didn't have earlier this year and last year. Why? A new economic development director position. Out of what funds? Trips, administrative cost of living increases, the cost to create a new website when the previous site worked well, incentives to the developer of the hotel on Fremont, and an extremely generous new city manager package. Then there was the improper large expenditure from S&P funds on the unapproved street closure of Collier Principal. Expensive bond measures can be misused by city staff. Clarity on the general fund and all the different funds is needed. If there are excesses in other funds, then that money should go back into the general fund. How much is in the Tidelands fund? Reallocate that fund into general fund with new aquarium leases. Audit the military Monterey model account. Has the military reimbursed the city for all the services and time the city provides? An independent audit by a citizen oversight committee, not a special interest committee that goes through the budget, the city's books, all the funds and the special funds is a necessary place to start for daylight. The fuel reduction project also needs to be audited for efficacy and safety. NCIP is given as the only solution. NCIP should have been consulted before a request for proposals went out. The reasoned comments by NCIP committee members have been impressive. New proactive leadership is needed to solve the situation. Why isn't reallocation of property tax on the table for Monterey to get a bigger percentage? Monterey only gets 6 cents out of every property tax dollar now. Monterey must petition the state like the county has done to redistribute property tax revenue. That's a long-term strategy. Freeze city management salaries and see what management level positions are overstaffed at present. Incentivize hotels to lower their rates to increase the TOT receipts. Incentivize sales tax generating businesses and protect local small businesses, including a Shop Local campaign. Admissions tax on tickets. The aquarium is subsidized by the public in the city. All the police and emergency trips to the aquarium, the road impacts, the congestion that impairs emergency response, impairs residents and local business access, expensive computerized signal lights to funnel traffic to the aquarium, but they just bought a $50 million boat and do expensive advertising while harming ocean life. Increase the aquarium rent amount, increasing sales tax and TOT is vital, updating real estate transfer fee and the vacancy tax, and don't change our access provider. Amp Media is invaluable and it's about transparency. All in all, we need more transparency and better leadership in the city to get this situation resolved. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kurt. Kurt, if you could unmute, please, and then you could go ahead and speak.
I did. There. Yeah, am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I enjoy going later because I happen to agree a lot with some of the previous commenters. it is a spending issue that the city has, and the council needs to, and the staff needs to look at cutting the spending. It's that's one of the things. You're talking about raising the city sales tax. You still have Measure S and G that need to be passed. Unless the city can show that they're cutting the budget, those measures are going to be hard to pass, especially if you keep talking about using NCIP funds to take care of the spending issue. Then your likelihood of those other tax issues passing become less and less likely. NCIP spends or funds quite a bit of the city's CIP projects. And I haven't heard anybody mention that if you take away the NCIP money, are you going to fund the CIP greater so that you can maintain the buildings, can maintain the sports center, can maintain Dennis the Menace Park? A lot of those funds are coming from NCIP. The fire stations, the Forest Service, all of that is a CIP that the city is not really funding. So the city needs to, and the council needs to really look at, are you going to defund NCIP? And if you do, are you going to refund CIP? It's going hand in hand as far as I can see. So again, it's a spending issue. And the city needs to show the citizenship that they are cutting the budget. And maybe somebody mentioned the city citizen oversight committee. It would be great to have citizens actually, or the city, be more transparent with the budget. Show us where all the money is being spent and be very upfront and open about the city's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Lori.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Yes, and thank you all of the speakers before me. Many of those I'm going to probably be a little redundant, but and I'm definitely one of those who's on the creating a Citizens Financial Advisement Committee or Oversight Committee. This city is full of brilliant residents. Some have already spoken here tonight. I've already, even in my mind, assembled one per neighborhood who can maybe help the city make some of the hard decisions that they're not willing to take a look at. But after listening to Hans's How to Manage a Household Budget lecture and hearing multiple times today the same sentence that I've heard him reiterate since at least the State of the City address in February of 2023, that Monterey does not have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. We're all probably going to hear that in our sleep tonight. I'm just having a hard time with why then has there not been a more proactive household budget planning starting all those years ago, rather than executing this campaign to dismantle, berate, denigrate the NCIP, its purpose, its committee members, and its budget. I'm irritated, and I'm going to try to curb that, but it just gets really tiresome meeting after meeting defending this. This is a structural deficit. We know salaries and pensions are the bulk of the budget. Why then at this critical time are we hiring a lot of these high dollar vacant positions? I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm just saying it seems like at this time we should put a hold on it and be talking about it, like the $200,000+ recreation supervisor that was just announced. Recently, I saw a deputy city attorney, and also just a couple days ago, it was a deputy city attorney and maybe an assistant city attorney. Maybe all these should be held off until we get our budget squared away, and not just those few service jobs that we saw. We hired an economic advisor to help with marketing recently. I think that's a pretty hefty salary. And no one wants to talk about layoffs, but I think we need to start talking about layoffs. Or how about adding a card for discussion that would talk about, at least temporarily, like the state did during COVID, until this budget is balanced in a year or so, furloughing staff 1 day a week. For example, let's just say those making above $85,000 are going to get furloughed 1 day a week. What does that look like in terms of dollar savings, at least for a year or 2 years? And clearly by the opening statement, NCIP is the savings account to the city to bail out under fiscal mismanagement. I am just not on board with that. That's a voter fund. It's flat out false that in the agenda report, this ordinary and necessary services clause was grafted into the NCIP. That's not what voters voted for. Thank you and have a good night.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this item. Trying to see, there were a few questions that came out. There was the compounding interest question. I think that's the only one I'm seeing at the top of my list here.
Talk about it. Yes, we have the interest as part of our expected revenues.
And so
So the interest is actually already counted in the revenue projections every year. And actually it's every quarter we get interest, and we allocate that interest based on the cash balance in each fund. So it's already included. The projections are already included in that base number. So even if you look at the budget book, which is online, you go into revenue section, there are itemized line items. You will find a line that says interest revenue. It's there.
Yeah, the dollar amount for this current fiscal year is $2.4 million in interest income. And as Rafaela mentioned, it's a line item just like forfeiture fees, TOT.
And I think to clarify where I think the question might have been going is that funding goes all to the general fund?
No, it goes to wherever the fund, so
Wherever the funding is.
wherever the cash is, whatever fund it is, that has, if you have 200 million in, I'm making up numbers now, we don't have 200 million, I'm making up numbers, clear. If you have 200 million in the general fund, the portion of the interest that we receives for that 200 million goes there. It's allocated based on the total cash amount that you have in each fund.
Okay. All right. So I bringing it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Let's start with Dr. Barber, since I want to make sure we don't forget you while you're online here. So why don't we start with you, Dr. Barber?
Sure. So I really appreciate everyone coming out, and I appreciate staff and all the hard work that is being done. I still feel, as we look at 26, 27, that there are a couple of possibilities that could happen, but I still think there's still some information that's needed. One of the things for sure, we had already talked about from Monday's meeting, the 4 million minus that. So actually, if you look at the bubble that, excuse me, if you look at the bubble that I think Nat had up earlier, it showed basically the 6 million that would be needed from there. And of course, now that we basically know that the sales tax could actually bring in, I think it was 3.375 million, which would allow us to get to 2.62, but that's not something we could depend on because it's has to be voted on. So if we still look at the 6 million, there's still a few things with the admissions tax actually being one of them as well. I know that is something that I did have hesitancy in looking at, but especially for the movie part, I felt like if we're already taxing our community and taxing, that's just more money as if they're going to spend when they're going out. So that to me, that was my only hesitation. And so as far as doing admissions tax for others, I would be open to looking at that. I know the vacancy tax was something that I was looking at as well. I know we're talking about bringing some other things in that we might not have talked about, but also that is pending court decision. So we can't really depend on that specifically. The attrition, of course, is definitely one that I think it's a good thing for us to look at, but then you're only looking at basically 2.2 million from that. So you would still end up, if the sales tax is not utilized, you're still looking at about 4 million. Well, no, about 3.3 million that we would still have to get. And if the vacancy tax pans out, that's over 2 million. But if it's not, if we look at just the admissions tax, the admissions tax was 3.9. So we would actually be able to cover that gap with that. So that's my thinking right now.
Okay, I'm going to go in alphabetical order. So, Gino, why don't you go next?
Thank you. So acknowledging again, right, that difficult conversations to have. But I think a big part of what the council's trying to do here, I know it to be true from my end, that we're trying to prevent our city going into making even tougher decisions around layoffs and cutting programs to make sure that we meet those financial needs. And I said it before in a previous meeting that for me, it's very difficult to imagine the city going through a challenging financial time while still building beautiful projects through the NCIP. I think that to me, there's a disconnect there. And I hear the desires of community to not touch NCIP funds, but we're not having a conversation that is typical. It's not this is not a normal time. So I think we do need to have this conversation, and we all need to be really open about really what can we move around in order for this to work for all of us. We're in this together. The decisions that the council makes impact the community and impact us equally. So whatever we decide here, yes, it'll impact the community, but it'll impact each of us sitting up here as well. So I also want to make sure that when we're talking about NCIP, that the misinformation is not put out there that what we're trying to do is dismantle the NCIP, because that's, I think, farthest from the truth. And I think proof of that is the fact that we are having these conversations. The desire to dismantle, or the conversation to dismantle NCIP, would sound very different. So I want to make sure that that narrative is not pushed. I've heard it. I've seen it on social media. That's not true. I think council is really talking about continued collaboration with NCIP in a different way that we've seen before. So again, we need to acknowledge that we're all part of this, and we're trying to work together to find a solution that works best for all of us involved. So in terms of the figures, I mean, I try to simplify what I'm hearing as much as possible for my own benefit, because it is a lot to digest. But it also has become more and more apparent for me in having conversations with residents that this is a lot of information that can get very confusing. So for me, hearing today, and I'm curious to see what council's appetite is. I think having heard a figure of 4 million from NCIP, having heard information about the frozen positions, and then hearing about visiting the opportunity for next year's NCIP cycle, is that going to bring us to the figure that where we need to be? And that's kind of where I'm leaning into at this point. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Rash.
So the numbers that I like to work with would be the 3.1 million, which is the freezing of the positions and some attrition. The reduced maintenance costs, except I support keeping Kona. So I made the reduced maintenance costs 130,000. An aquarium admissions tax, and I gave the data on last meeting. 2025 to date, police department visits 459, 2024 police department 369, and fire department 65. So, and ambulance visits and use of our roads for an organization that's wonderful, but gives no property tax and is super affluent at this point, very successful. Kudos to them, but we need help if you're watching. So that's 3.3 million. Parking tax on private lots, 450,000. Transfer real property tax, that's 228,000. The first responder insurance fee, this is money that would come from insurance companies. People don't have the money. If there's a Good Samaritan waiver, that's 700,000. Optimized Veterans Park, 125,000. Returning the stormwater fees back onto the city funding, 1.2 million. And the sales tax on the spring ballot, 4.5. So when I analyze it, I want residents first. Every time I get confused, I think about the organizational chart that has the residents at the top, above the council, above the city manager, above the attorney. It's the residents. So I always return to the residents. And I want protection of the NCIP funds for the valuable work that I'm afraid is not going to be replaced. This past year, it was forest management, hilltop renovation for $1 million, the fire stations for 3.15, the North Fremont Bike Path Grant, 250,000, Veterans Park erosion control. Hopefully we can get the San Burnaby Road widening. Next year, as I talked about, 2 million for fuel reduction. Library ADA repairs, 761,000. ADA repairs for the sports center, 514,000. Fuel reduction, 2 million. Scholze ADA repairs, 320,000. And at least $1 million needs to go into the contingency fund. I'm not hearing how we're going to replace that. These are critical items. So I gave you 13.73 million in my first list, and those are my ideas. Thank you.
Councilor Rush, maybe I'm missing something, but I think what I understand from all the things that you listed, other than the freezing of positions, wouldn't help us get to the number that.
Oh, we would borrow from reserves until we get all these taxes.
That's your solution.
In line. That's
Okay.
my solution.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to take it a little different direction because we agreed when we started, we'd be talking about the short term and how we get us to not spend as much. If spending is the problem, that's where I want to start. I need to know from the city manager what are some of the other programs that he might recommend, what we have on our card list of pausing or eliminating programs we have not talked about. I think we should be talking about collapsing and eliminating the rental assistance program. We should talk about the rental assistance program. It's $250,000. And I'd like to know what other programs should we be talking about that are going to be continuing that we might be able to save some money out of. I do want to know more about some of the positions that are frozen, because several that I saw on the list, they have been vacant for several years. I don't know if we can get to the 3.1 or 3.2 with all of them, because it sounded like the city manager was advocating for some of the essentials that were listed there. But I need some help from the city manager and staff from the list that's there, a more firm recommendation of which ones do you recommend in 26, 27 that we either eliminate altogether or that we continue freezing. I think that's where the biggest opportunity is to identify where we're spending the money. I also want to ask, we have not yet fulfilled the position of the economic development director that we recruited for, but we have not filled that position yet. Is that correct? Yes. And we are currently in advertising stage for that.
No, we are through with that recruitment, so we haven't made a decision yet. But we advertised, we interviewed candidates, so we're at a decision point right now.
So since we're at a decision point, I would say that this is the time to pause fulfilling and hiring that position. It doesn't make any sense to me to hire a position like that that's going to cost us what it's going to cost when we are talking about trying to close the gap of a structural deficit. So we need to be seriously saying it would have been nice to have, there would be some long-term residual that would benefit the community, but I don't know that we can afford that position in the position we're in. So I think we should be talking about not hiring that person. So I'm wanting some more information about whether or not there is council consideration that we eliminate some of the programs that cost us money that we shouldn't repeat in 2026 and 27. Because if we have to find a way to stop spending money, let's stop spending money by eliminate the programs unless they are absolutely essential. And I think it's time that we identify the ones that were put on the list and the cards that are there. And I've already cited them. That's the rental assistance, and it's also the rental registry program, which has employees attached to it. I went back down through my list of strategy for directly addressing the $10 million deficit, and I'm going to go back. I know we took a vote. I know staff knows what those are. But I concur with Gene Rash. That's park campground, yes. Property maintenance, yes. Additional sales tax, yes. Admission tax, yes. I need more about this vacancy tax that's on the list. We haven't really got into that yet. I need to know more about the streaming tax, property tax or property transfer tax. I think I understand what that is, but I'd like to know when staff's going to come back and talk to us about that. So we've got several things yet that we haven't gone through with great detail, but somehow our solutions went first to grab money from the NCIP rather than us getting into, let's take a vote about what we cut. That's where I'm at. I want to start cutting and stop spending and identify the non-essential positions. And I know it's hard. They're essential. I mean, the department heads have identified them. We authorized them. They're on our position control list. But we need to reanalyze several of those positions to say that it's not urgent that we fill those positions. So that gets us coupled together with the $4 million from NCIP that we know that they're going to work for towards making those recommendations to freeze. But I think that's where the meat of the answer is identify the essential positions that we should not be filling. Identify programs that we should cut and eliminate. Not hire the economic development director. And we need to freeze additional positions to get us towards the next year budget as we have revenue coming in off of the tax position or the tax initiative. But I've got a question, and I don't think I got an answer from the last times that we've met. If the new tax measure passed in June, when does that revenue start coming in?
It starts, the collection begins in October, correct? And then
When we receive it,
we start to receive it in October. So it'll come back to us and it'll be credited in that fiscal year.
okay. So
Starting in October. So it'll be 2/3 of the year.
okay, so the percentage we're looking at asking for is 0.375. And the figure that we have listed in the staff work is, I'm trying to find, help me out here. The tax position was 3.17, but that would be for a full year, correct? Okay, so by mid-year of 2026, 27 budget, we would essentially be able to say at mid-year, we've collected at least 3 million. Is that correct?
Your mic. Thank you so much. I apologize. We have collected by February the full amount for October, November, December, and then we are getting what are those payments called? Advance payments for January, February, and then the final payment is in March. So in February we have collected the amounts for October, November, December. For January, February, we receive something, but the full amount for that quarter then ends with March, and then we get what we actually have accumulated. So it's not 3 million.
Yeah. So in other words, 26, 27 budget year, we wouldn't be able to count any of the revenue really until mid-year. And at that point, if we were short in the beginning, like July 1, we would need to say how much is coming from the reserves to fill that gap.
Yeah.
Or we've made sufficient cuts where we have closed the gap through cuts of positions or programs.
If you allow me, Mayor, to just respond to Councilmember Smith. So by June 30th, 2026, you gotta have a balanced budget for in front of council and be approved. So as part of that budget on June 30th, you cannot say we have the voters coming in because you don't know the outcome of the election. So by June 30th, you could have elected to say, we'll take the reserves to balance the budget. So I think that's I think an answer. And you could say in February, we'll will backfill the reserves now at mid-year from the potential that the let's hope for the best bubble, right? Let's hope for the best bubble comes true. And we have received the voter approval. We have already sales tax received, and you can then backfill the reserves. I think that's what you were trying
Yeah,
to say.
essentially,
Yes.
I'm looking
Yes.
at the
Yes.
end, and we're going to have
Right.
a shortage depending on how many positions that we have eliminated from the list that's frozen or through attrition that we don't know until we have a retirement. And these other elimination of programs and a variety of things. The other question I had is if there was an admissions tax that was on the ballot in June, when would that start collecting? And when would that revenue come to the city? Is that the kind of tax initiative that starts immediately, or does it start 3 months later?
Don't know. We don't know, Councilor Smith. We will have to find out.
Okay, so I think that would be good to know if that were to pass, when would that revenue be something that we could count on?
Could I ask a clarification? Because my sense from when we had the discussion around hiring the consultant to look at the ballot initiatives, it looked like we were trying to prioritize more the sales tax initiative and the parking tax.
Yes.
And we wanted to be careful not to put too much on one ballot. So just speaking about it out loud, I'm not sure if you have a thought in regards to if we do advance the emissions tax, then what would we be potentially removing to offset that? And is that bringing in more revenue than the other alternatives that we're looking at?
And until we've had the consultant make the presentation, I can't make that decision, because if it was a greater number coming from the admissions tax sooner rather than the sales tax. So I don't know. I need that. I need the facts from the consultant that's going to make a presentation. So let me wrap it up. What would be helpful for me to do tonight and come away from tonight would be if there was some support to give the staff recommendation that we stop the recruitment and not fill the economic director position. And if there's support that we have a vote tonight where we talk about canceling the rental registry and the rental assistance, because those are hard numbers. And I think we need decisions about how we cut the spending, because that's why we're here tonight. We're here to figure out the money that we don't spend. I think those are the top priorities for me. Is to find areas that we can cut the expenses.
Okay. You're all set?
All set. Ready to continue.
I just want to respond to a few things that were shared during the public comment. And I have to say that I appreciate the public comment. I think it's important for us, and I shared this a little bit at the last council meeting, but it's important for us to all keep in mind that we're all in this together. I don't think anybody that spoke, I don't think anybody that's on the council, I don't think anybody in staff is doing anything nefarious or is trying to destroy the city. I think we all have different ideas about how to do it, and that's what creates part of the challenge here. I think it's clear, and we're going to find this out here in a second too. It's going to be even more enlightening once we go back around with the council here, that it's probably clear that the council doesn't even agree about how to move forward. So I think it's important to remember that what led us to get to this point has been happening for a long time. It didn't just all of a sudden happen. And I appreciate staff getting out in front of this and tackling this early so that we can have time to be transparent, have a lot of community discussion and dialogue, and really try to go through this process with a fine-tooth comb. I will share that, and I can't remember if it was last budget cycle or the one before. I think it was last Yeah, it was one of the two, because I remember talking to staff about this last fiscal year. I had proposed the idea of having a finance budget committee, so that way council could task this committee with looking at a set goal of expenditures, a set goal of revenue measures, have that discussion, have a public discussion around maybe line item by line item. I know that sounds like a lot of work, but I proposed that. There was no bite. Nobody in the public said anything. Nobody backed it. Nobody on the council backed it. Got some pushback from staff, which I can appreciate and understand from a staff perspective, because that's a lot of work. I've heard some appetite for it brought up tonight. I don't know what that does for us in this fiscal cycle, because we're going to get ready here soon. I mean, the holidays are coming up, and then staff's going to get ready to start producing a budget. So I'm open to that if there's support for it. But that would probably have to be something that we get ready for the 26-27 fiscal year for the 27-28 budget. And it's because cutting programs are hard. And I know that you're putting things on the table that maybe aren't fully aligned with your values or are less important, perhaps. But my gut is telling me that you're not going to get support from the majority of the council. And I think therein lies the problem. And I think by giving it to a committee with kind of some parameters around our values and what's important, they could give us something back that, even that might make us a little bit uncomfortable, it makes it a little bit easier for the council to support some cuts in expenditure. Speaking of cuts in expenditure, this idea around our staff salaries keeps coming up. And I have to say that in this agency and any other agency that I sit on representing the city of Monterey, even nonprofits boards that I sit on, there's typically a salary survey that's done. It's a very technical process that we go through. We look at comparable agencies. We work with a consultant to do that process. We are well within the comparables to our comparable agencies. So people can throw out all the numbers that they want to try to create a narrative around something. But there is a very clear and strategic, and methodical process that the city goes through to identify that. And you can't compare apples and oranges. Mr. Hoyer, I'm talking to you as well, because I know you were one of the ones that made this comment, and I just would appreciate, we listening to each other. So it's really hard to compare apples and oranges when you're talking about other cities. Some of the other cities that you name don't have the same structure and services that we offer here within the city of Monterey. So we have the harbor, we have a sports center, we have a full service library, which is the most used library in the city. We have a fire department that contracts with 3 other agencies. There's a lot that goes on, and what revenue generation is coming from those services as well. So you can't just look at it as if those are just expenditures. There's also programmatic revenue that comes in from some of those. So, and not all of that funding comes out of our budget. So I think, I can't remember that Greg, maybe somebody that spoke online, brought up something around like 540,000 or some god awful number, of which I wish I was getting paid that, but I'm not. My assumption is that's a firefighter. And that's a good example to use to say that some of the funding that's used to pay for the salaries aren't coming from the city's budget. We're getting reimbursed by the state for those firefighters going out and fighting wildfires across the state of California. So we can nitpick at the staff salaries, but I would just offer or suggest, I don't see that going anywhere. We have these intimate conversations in closed session when we're discussing the labor contracts. And this conversation comes up every single time that I've been on the council, and there's an extensive conversation around that. I don't see that going anywhere. And I would also just caution us to be careful about how we're talking about the work that our city workforce is doing. They take the heat a lot. And yeah, that's what they signed up for. That's the job that they signed up for, but they should also be appropriately compensated for it. And they're not so outlandish. If you look at the cost of living here, it's actually arguably not enough. A lot of our city workforce can't even afford the cost of living here. I can go on about it, but I'm just laying into a point about our staff salaries. There was a comment made earlier about if you're declaring a fiscal emergency, then saying that you can't allocate reserves. And I would just disagree with that. Our reserve program is a program just like any other program. And so just because we've identified ourselves, and I almost turned to our city attorney a little bit to say, I'm assuming we can end up with findings to show that we're in a fiscal emergency, even though we have funding in our reserves. So I think that's it. If you think that has to be that bad for us to find other ways of addressing our budgetary needs, I just think that that's I don't agree with that statement. I do agree with the idea, and I can't remember who said this, but I do agree with the idea of giving the NCIP a little bit of latitude. So I know that the motion from the council meeting last week was kind of really specific on racking and stacking. And for whatever it's worth, I think we'll take whatever the NCIP is willing to give back to us. I'm flexible in that space. So much so to where I know, Dennis, that there was a desire to go back to every project proposer and have an at-length conversation. If that's what you all ultimately decide to do, by all means, I support you all going about that effort. But I imagine that the group could probably look at some projects and pretty easily identify some that could be put on hold that are kind of bigger ticket and save everybody time and energy. So just however the group decides to come up with that, I'm comfortable with. I do have to say that I appreciate Pat and Gina's comments regarding the allocation to the NCIP. There's been a lot of comments tonight made about how the NCIP funds all these capital improvement needs. And there's kind of a reason why that is. And there's kind of a reason why we keep coming back to NCIP as a element of the conversation here. And I think something needs to happen there. Is it going to solve all of our problems? No. Is it going to prevent the city from coming in and taking the money in the future? Probably not. I mean, there's no securing that. But I think when we're talking about, several people tonight said, you have a spending, they reiterated Han's points, you have a spending problem. So when we were talking about a potential expenditure issue, but not the NCIP. So it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So all that being said, I think I'm kind of in alignment with where Gino is going here. We identified the 4 million from the last week's council meeting. I'd be interested in seeing staff come back with maybe some options as it relates to attrition, freezing positions, a couple of options for the council to consider. So it's easy for us to just clearly understand what those positions are, how much that cost is, maybe a low, medium, high option. But let's just say for the sake of today's conversation, we went with 2 million. That gets us to 6 million. And then in regards to the proposal for next year's NCIP funding, and it kind of ties to Gene's comments earlier or question around the fuel reduction. I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to do NCIP's job, but as you articulated earlier, NCIP has been fully on board with, all tens for fuel reduction. Like there needs to be a level of efficiency here. I think the community is getting burned out, the council's getting burned out, the staff are getting burned out. Why are we continuing to have conversations about things that we know that we're going to do? Let's stop wasting time. Let's just cut to the chase and do it. So let's take the 6 million from next year. Let's make the other 4 million get us to the 10 million. And then the other 2 million, we know that will go to fuel reduction. So that's my thought as a starting point of the conversation. So let me just try something to maybe transition us here. So sounds like Gino and I are kind of relatively in the same direction. I understand Jean's proposal, which is, I think she said 3.1 freeze, the rest reserve with made up out of all these other programs, which assuming those get passed and improved and all the things. But that's Jean's proposal. Dr. Barber, can you reiterate what yours was again? I can't recall.
Yes, mine was dealing with the attrition, the frozen and attrition of the 2.2, and then looking at possibly doing the admissions tax of 3.9 with the 4 million from NCIP already.
Can we include the emissions tax in this discussion, staff? Is that something that we can include? Doesn't it have to go on the ballot?
Admissions tax does require ballot approval, and if we model it after Santa Cruz, because it's part of the city code, there's a remittance on a monthly. We could likely set it up as a monthly installment, but it does require voter approval.
Okay. So sorry, real quick. Let me just finish with Dr. Barber and then I'll jump back over to you. Dr. Barber, does that change how you figure out the math here? Because it seems like the emissions tax piece doesn't work.
Well, I mean, I still would like to see what works on that part, but if not, I am open to looking at some other avenues. I know Ed had talked about the economic development position. I'm open to having a hold on that particular position as well. Not on the programs that he had mentioned, but the 3.9 was what I was looking at as far as to get to the 10 million on that part. But I am open to looking at other solutions such as the economic development position piece. But then also I don't want to touch salaries as far as for city salaries. So that's kind of like where I am on that.
Okay.
What's your question? You look like you got a question.
A little bit with yours because I know that you want to include the 3.9, but what staff is that we can't. It's similar to the sales tax measure, right? Like we can't include that, which I imagine that would probably get on the ballot in the primary, where the admissions tax is probably more likely going to be something that happens in the general. So
that's not included in it. So really, like I said, then if that's the case, you're still going back to either other programs which the city has that we could be able to look at. But I'm not for the rental assistant and rental registry programs being gone, but I'm okay with the economic development position. I would have to go back and look at it because I did have 3.9 million to come in from the admission. So I would have to go back and look and see what I would need to move around for the 3.9.
Okay. So what I currently have for you is 6.2. So
the attrition for the 2.2 and then the 4, right?
So maybe let's jump over to Ed real quick and then I can do in a second. All right, Ed, please.
So I think any talk about the taxes or admissions fee should be held until we have our polling and our consultant talking to us in terms of what we would actually be talking about with sales tax. Now, I'm not trying to count that revenue for this next year. I understand that because we can't count on something that's not there. July 1st, we have to have the revenue counted on. So we can't count the tax and we can't count the admissions tax. So we've got to get to the number with cuts and programs. So to hear someone say that they're not willing to cut a program that isn't really, I mean, it's hard because people believe in them, but when we have such a large deficit, for me, ideologically, we have to start with cuts. And my reasoning is, if we don't prove to the community that we're doing our part to align our budget with our spending, how can I go ask for support for the other tax initiatives or the admissions tax? I think the community is looking for a display of leadership on our part to make the hard cuts to close the gap. And then I think they'll help us by voting for a sales tax. I just don't think it's appropriate to be talking about grabbing money from the NCIP next year. And we have this little requirement of the charter. You have a 4/5 vote required. I'm telling you again, I said it on Monday. You do not have my vote to take $6 million from the NCIP in the next cycle. I barely supported the 3 to 4 that I supported on Monday. I do not have a vote for $6 million from NCIP. I don't know if you'll have a 4/5 vote to pass that. So a lot of the conversation is predetermining, saying that there's $6 million to count on from the NCIP. Fundamentally, I think we need to look at the positions and the programs first. And then we determine, based on the recommendations that come back from staff, about what the dollar means on the absolutely just essential positions we need to fill. And then we'll have a more clear picture about what the remaining deficit looks like. And that's the first step for me. I'm not ready for all the rest of it yet.
Okay, so what I heard from staff tonight is that we're looking at a max of probably about 3.1 for position freezes, which you've admitted tonight after hearing from Hans that it's probably not even going to be that because of police positions, because of the fire marshal position. But let's just take 3.1. How do you do the math? Like everybody else on the council has done it.
So we have 4 million from NCIP from this year and 3 million salary savings is at 7. There's internally going to be some other cuts that need to be made. There are some programs that need to be cut. That saves you some additional money. We shouldn't be giving away $250,000 to rental assistance when we can't function and we have a structural deficit.
So $250,000 out of the 3 million you have left. So you're at 275,000.
And programs come with people. So there may be additional people that the city manager can recommend that we do not fill the positions. And we may get this number closer to 8.5 to 9. And then we turn to the reserves to close the gap.
Hans, are there positions that you would recommend freezing if we get rid of the rental assistance program?
I need to think about that. So I cannot say on the spot yes or no. I'm sorry.
And I think that's a fair answer because my position is I think we should be directing the city manager to go back and work with his team and find money that can come out of the programs and the positions as I've indicated. I can't, with good conscience, continue to spend money for rental assistance when we don't have money for our own budget. It's fundamental. Cuts have to be made. And I'm not going to take it out of NCIP because NCIP funds all the other things that we need to count on that's a direct funding to the city. So my position is we need to have staff take some more time and come back with recommended cuts and recommended positions that we can't fill And there may be some other positions that they recommend and some other programs that they recommend that we no longer do.
Okay, so Hans, I'm just going to follow up with you on it.
Yes.
Is it, at most, do you see it to be one position, two positions, three positions if we get rid of the rental assistance program? I don't see how that could be because it's not like it's something that.
So the rental.
My understanding is it's not even a full-time position, but
No,
maybe you could.
The rental assistance program is not where the positions are. It's in the rental inventory program, where we hired additional staff to manage the rental inventory program. So it's not in the rental assistance program per se.
Okay.
But and with the rental assistance program, I shared with the council that this is funded at $750,000 right now. And we have spent so far $350,000, and we could take a pause. I mean, we don't need to fund it next year because if we are spending as we are spending right now, we have sufficient funds which gets us to the next, I believe the quick math I did a couple of weeks ago was 16 or 17 months with the current funding level of $750,000. These are 3 years in a row, 250,000. And we have spent so far, as of last month, $354,000.
Okay. So I agree with the idea of having staff giving some additional information. I can potentially be supportive of something, but that still, it only gives us, how much do we have left in the fiscal year? Or it would be for next year?
It will be next year, $250,000.
Okay. So there could be some discussion there, but still, it sounds like that's not where the position is held. So you're still at 2.75 left.
Yeah, here's my position. And we've been going through this, I think we've had 4 meetings now. We racked and stacked and we figured out what our priorities were, and we all voted for those. So staff knows our positions. That may change. We have to do this incrementally. I don't think we're going to come to a figure tonight where we say, aha, we got it 10 million. I don't think that that's fair to put staff in that position tonight. What I'm asking for is, I need more specifics about the positions and the programs. And I think staff, the city manager said he's not in a position to answer that tonight. I propose that we cut wherever possible. And we need to have the city manager report back to us recommended places where he believes that we can cut and save money. And I don't think the council can get to that tonight without them having time to analyze all of the programs and the positions that are all vacant.
Okay.
So my direction would be that we direct staff to come back and help us with identifying programs that we should pause, programs that we should cut, positions that we might even determine we are not going to fill. And there may be some that we're starting to recruit now that we better stop recruiting right now before we put people in a position where we might not be able to fund them.
Okay. All right, Dr. Barber, I'll pass it back over to you. I'm not sure if you had any updates on your end.
So actually, not really. I mean, I started looking at some other pieces and I was writing down quickly some of the things that I think Hans was talking about with the 750 and 300, and I'm trying to do the quick math on some of those pieces. But even with those pieces, after I kind of look at it, it still ends up being short like 600,000. So but what I'm hearing so far though, that seems to go across the board is the attrition, the frozen and attrition piece is one of them. And so at least for tonight, if we can come out with adding that to the bubble, if you will, where we have where we could put the either 2.2 or 3.1, whichever one. I know we've been going back and forth saying which one that would look like for 26, 27. But if you add that to the bubble, then at least we would be able to be one step closer to closing the gap of probably right around 3 million is what I'm thinking. Because it seems like that 3 million is going to be where we're not in sync, where that's where we're kind of off. All of us have kind of said yes to the attrition and frozen piece, but then the other, that last 3 million seems to be where we're kind of off. And to me, between all of the questions that we're trying to get answers to, will allow us to be able to come back and get that 3 million. So that's kind of where I'm standing.
Okay, so like I said, council is still not on the same page too, so I think it further defines the challenge. Doesn't sound like we're gonna come to a give me 1 second. If I could just kind of recap what I hear, additional ask from staff, provide some additional clarity on the numbers as it relates to the rental assistance program, the attrition positions, some options there. I would also put on the table the idea of what it looks like to shift and augment a proposal for the ballot regarding NCIP. I put that on the table as well. If we're looking at options, we got to look at all the options, right?
That's exactly the summary. I need more information about the potential ballot. There's more questions that we're all going to have. The emissions tax, the sales tax, the timing, when that revenue comes, we really are not very clear on that.
Well, the emissions tax and sales tax are already in the flow with their consultant. So that's
Yes, and I'm saying that we need to get that information back to us. So that's a decision after we have that presentation.
So is there anything else that I missed that we need more information from staff on? Dr. Barber, did you have anything else that you wanted to pass to staff for additional info?
No, I think you captured it pretty well.
Mayor, there is one other thing that's on the list that we haven't really talked about in any deep content or timing, is what will it take to proceed with assessing and evaluating the feasibility of parking tax? I think Gene Rash mentioned that. I think all of us.
That was also included with the consultant.
That's included
that's already in the works.
And that's included in the consultant's presentation.
That's correct. The polling that's going to be taking place, and it'll probably be voters will start to receive the survey as part of that poll probably end of next week. And we're prepared to bring the results of the polling, the first meeting in December, with information. Both we're testing ballot language both on the sales tax, and then AB testing the sales tax as a 0.375, as well as the full extension with the increase. And then separately, we're testing ballot language on the parking tax. And then there'll be some additional questions where we're not actually testing ballot language questions on the admissions tax, but parking tax is one of the two main taxes that will be polled for the June ballot.
And when do we expect that we'll get the information and presentation?
First meeting in December. So December 2nd, I believe.
Yeah, we get preliminary results sometime in November, and then the full run of the crosstabs and all the other stuff first meeting in December.
Okay. And there's one other thing that's on the list, and I know we all kind of supported it, and that's the Vets Park Campground. Is that proceeding with some solutions? Or, I mean, I think it was proposed saving about $125,000, and that's going to take some time to figure out what you're going to do. Is that an immediate savings, or is that a next year savings?
It's a next year savings because it does take time to implement and purchase the software and transition to online based reservations and other improvements that we plan to implement.
Okay. Yeah, I think that covers it in summary.
Okay. I guess I'm struggling with the idea of how the taxes, anything that's going to go on the ballot, how that impacts the conversation in regards to this year's or next year's deficit discussion.
I can answer that for you.
Yeah.
So anytime you have a decision that's involving future money, it helps guide you with your decisions that are in the short order. If we know when the money comes in and anticipate how much money that is, that gives us clarity on how much reserves we might be willing to have to take as a stopgap measure to close the gap between 7 million to 10 million. these are numbers we won't know until, as the finance directors indicated, probably February, March, as we're leading into knowing what did we save, because our city manager has leaned into all the departments and said, be careful, be cautious, and don't spend anything unless it's been approved and it's absolutely essential. Every year, we always have something beyond salary savings.
I think the part that I'm stuck on, though, is that we're making an assumption that those measures will pass. I think that's the problem, that I think maybe that's where the disconnect is.
I'm not assuming that they're passing with trying to get to this year's end budget.
But you said it's important to know when those monies will come in.
Yes.
But if they don't come in because the voters don't approve it, then that money isn't coming in. So now you're going to take from the reserve with the assumption that that's going to pass. And if it doesn't pass, now we're in the hole $4, $5, $6 million.
So if it doesn't pass, we then have to declare a fiscal emergency, and we would be talking about having to cut positions from the city and reducing our workforce. Because then we're definitely going to have to deal with the deficit immediately. I don't see any way else around it.
Okay.
Anytime you have money in a budget and your revenue is below what you're spending, you cut your spending. And the way you do that is not by copy machines. I'm sorry to say it, but it has to be the most expensive part in your budget, and that's programs and personnel.
Okay. So my hope is that when we come back to this conversation, that it's the last time, because to your point earlier, we've had many meetings on this. So are we going to wait till December, the first meeting in December, after we have the update from our consultants to pick up this conversation so that you all feel comfortable with having the information that you need? Because for me at this point, like if we have the discussion one more time, if we can't figure it out in the next meeting, then we might as well just wait to the budget discussion and figure out how we're going to approve a budget. I mean, we keep talking about the same things over and over again.
Well, it's not fair for you just to throw up your hands and say that we're done and we're defeated. There were several things tonight that clarified our position. I'm asking for the staff to give me some more data on the real problem. The real problem is, which personnel are we not going to fill from the list that's frozen? I need to know specifics.
So I understand that, and staff's going to have that next time, which is why I'm saying this. We're going to get the clarity that we need so that we can move forward. But at a certain point, we need to come to a decision. Yes, Hans.
Yeah. So if I may try to add my observations to all of that. So it's clear that the council majority wants us to go and explain further the salary savings out of the $2.2 million and identify those positions, and also jump on additional targets of opportunity to enhance that number if possible, i.e. tonight we spoke about the economic development manager as another potential budget savings. So that's about $2.2 million. We hope and we know that the NCIP will deliver sometime between now and when we finalize the budget. I say $4 million. That brings us to $6.2 million. What Councilmember Smith was referring to with his February message is that by February, we should also have a better understanding of what is the ending balance coming out of fiscal year 24-25.
No,
So we
26.
No, 24-25, because we're in the middle of 25-26
Right.
in March. So by February, Mayor, right now we are closing the books for the past fiscal year. And while we are closing the books and while we are still collecting revenues that is coming in, and while all those get audited, by January, February, we will have an understanding, okay, how did we end last fiscal year 24-25? And when as you recall, we had ending balances that helped us also to fund reserves, or helped us to get a push into the next fiscal year. What Councilmember Smith is talking about is with respect to the tough decisions or to NCIP or other things right now, we can make those decisions according to Councilmember Smith's proposal by February or March. We are then in a phase with a city budget. We have a good handle on the revenues at that time. We also have a good handle on our unexpected expenses. Insurance rates may spike, healthcare costs may spike. We all don't know that right now. But when we are in January, February, we get a clearer picture of that. And that's, I think, where Councilmember Smith is pointing to. Then if we know if we have something, we are in a better position to make the next decisions with respect to grabbing reserves or grabbing NCIP or do whatever else we need to do. So
you're saying that you don't want to have to worry about dealing with this anymore.
No.
He doesn't have
Mayor, count me in, and you have your fourth vote.
He's got
but
before he leaves.
No, I completely understand what you're saying, Mayor. But it's clear to me also that we do not have a consensus. At least it doesn't appear to me right now about that. And so, what is the next opportunity? And so I just try to again, I try to summarize what I'm hearing here. And I'm happy to make a motion, though.
Please.
So I want to.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
I want to say, our city manager explained it better than I can. February is always in city budgets the time when you can say, we have 92% of the data in to make the future decisions. It's too soon to make these decisions that are long-term. But the first decisions we can have is more data from the city staff about those positions that are sitting vacant.
So I'm just basing my comments off of the question I asked staff last week, which was, would it be helpful to have this information sooner rather than later? And they said yes, in establishing the budget. So, we're just going to put more challenges on staff. And that's fine. It is what it is.
Yes, Mayor, we would appreciate that, but I don't think this is the night for that. So at least I don't see that happening.
So
staff preference.
For clarity's sake, what I hear is that we're going to bring this back in the new year. We're not going to talk about this again into the new year.
No, we're going to have a December presentation.
Well, yeah, that's about the funding for tax measures.
That's part of the puzzle.
No, I understand. But this conversation, the tough conversation around having to make those trade-offs, decisions, what I'm hearing is that it's not going to happen until next year.
Well,
is there a consensus from the council?
It depends on when the city manager comes back with his deep dive on opportunities and programs and personnel. Okay. He's going to come back with that before he leaves.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay.
So I just want to say it, as difficult as it is, some folks want to rush to a decision because it's a hard decision and they're big decisions and the community wants to know. These are incremental decisions that we should not rush until we have all the data. And that's why I'm being more pragmatic about it until I get the other pieces of the puzzle. And I can't make a decision until I get recommendations from the city manager, until I hear the tax presentation and the polling. And February is the time to really put all this together. It doesn't mean I'm not going to be thinking about it. And it doesn't mean I won't continue talking to the community about their ideas. But I'm looking for places that are savings and cutting expenditures in the short and long term. And that's my goal.
Okay. Anybody else on the council have anything on this one before we jump off of it? Beautiful. Council comments.
I'm going to just say thanks for your patience, community, and thank you, council. This is hard work and sometimes seems like it's really a lot of conflict and there's a lot of ambiguity. but sometimes we have to acknowledge that leaders make their best work when it's in an ambiguity environment. So time will help us and we will come to decisions. And I think that we'll continue working on it.
Anybody else?
There was one comment by a member of the public that I wanted to follow up on. Maybe I'll just do it with you on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're tired and we probably don't want to talk about that situation, even though you brought it up publicly. I don't know why I hesitate, but.
All right, Dr. Barber, did you have anything?
No, just thanking everybody for their patience and I know this is arduous, but it is something important and I do believe that we're going about it in the right way and making sure that everybody's input and everybody's voice is heard. So thank you so much from everybody, staff, council, and residents.
Thanks, Dr. Barber. The only update that I have from M1W is just as a heads up, we're going through a process of doing a rate study. So we just finished the last 5 years, including this current fiscal year, of increasing rates. And we're going to be looking at that again over the next 5 years. So prices are going up on everything, and it's going to be a tough conversation that the board's going to need to have. So just as a heads up, my assumption is that Paul Shudo, the general manager from M1W, will be coming to a council meeting sometime in the new year to give an update in regards to the process, just to make sure that we're doing a good job of helping get the word out. So just as a precursor, that's what's going on in that world. All right, city manager reports.
Yeah, very briefly, our fire chief announced last week that he's going to retire on December 30th. So we want to thank Fire Chief Andrew Miller for his service, and hopefully we get a lot of mileage still out of him before he leaves. And we have a large-scale conference that we were really working very hard to get here in Monterey for next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We had about anticipated 1,200 participants, and we were all very proud that we got this big conference here. And the federal shutdown now eliminated the federal employee participation, and we are down to 550 attendees. So federal shutdown, Mayor, I know you are very much affected by this as well, but also affected this type of business for us. So wanted to share that.
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, 21 days into the furlough. And yeah, I can probably make it to the new year, but beyond that, I don't know what's going to happen. So we're all in it together though. So appreciate everybody. Have a good night. Thank you everybody for your participation. We are going to get through this. I'm confident of it. So the meeting is adjourned.